Hello, my Teaserking family. Okay, finally got the video. Apologize for that, Bobby Bo. All right, what's new, everybody? Let's see, recap. So I was talking about my job I didn't get yesterday. I was on the phone with another GM job, which is similar to the other one that I am waiting for. So now I'm waiting for two GM jobs, even though I think they're the same one. Gold's up, back up. Well, let's go to gold. Always fun to go there. Gold's 21.74 up 17. Silver 24.98. Silver had hit 25. So if we can get silver into the 26s, it goes to 35. So they're trying to keep it down, but it's futile because the BRICS countries are going to buy the silver at this cheap price, and the same with gold. So gold hit 21.78, and now it's 21.74. So that's good news. Like I warned you yesterday, it was a temporary 21.80, then it went down to 21.50, and then ended 21.56, and now back up to 21.73. So we got to push it over 22. We get it into the 22s, then the problem is people don't understand it's comex, right? So they don't really get comex, and therefore they don't realize comex is gone from gold. So they see gold going up, they go, well, it's going to go down, I don't want to buy it at this level. But the central banks are the ones buying it, and they will know that's what's happening. And so we should see it go much, much higher. But this is the start. And, I think when they reprice the gold-backed currency from China, Russia, BRICS, once that they're going to reset the gold price, then I think that's when it goes from like 2,500 to 10,000 or 5,000, whatever it's going to be at. I think at that point they'll realize it. I think before it's going to go, 2,200 and 2,300, it'll limp around, but huge demand. So we got a market and huge, who's selling? Nobody's selling. Again, this is paper. So they'll try a few derivatives like they did yesterday, but basically that's it. I don't know what's going on with the banks. March 11th came and went. Supposed to be going, all these banks going out because of higher interest rates. And that didn't happen. So we will see. Then I went to the NFL. It's been frustrating because I got caught the other day and it was like I wasted an hour talking, thinking I was not there. And it wasn't frozen. It was a buffering issue. And I've seen it before when I'm looking at Netflix or something. All of a sudden, I see the circle. I don't know if that's frozen or buffering or if it's the same thing. It says it's buffering. Let's see. So Pittsburgh, I think, signed somebody. They sound a good running back, but I can't find the article. Chargers released Mike Williams. Gabe Davis went from Buffalo to Jacksonville, I think. Chargers released Mike Williams. Let's see, where is it? The Cowboys released Tony Pollard, or they traded him. No loss there. And then they signed a running back, but I don't know. Where was that article? So we got Barkley going to Philly, and Washington. So Washington signed Austin Eckler, poor guy, and Marcus Mariota. What the fuck are you signing that guy for? Oh, my God. We know Tyrod Taylor signed with the Jets's. Dallas lost Tony Pollard to Tennessee. Oh, Baltimore signed Derrick Henry. and then Queen, the linebacker, went to Pittsburgh. So that's what it was. Dallas's problem is they got Mike McCarthy and Dak Prescott. Surprised that Oakland signed that Christian Wilkins for 110. What are you kidding me? You don't need a defensive lineman. You got Crosby. You need a quarterback. Gardner Minshew agreed. You still need a quarterback. He's a backup at best. He's not your starter. Let's see. Josh Jacobs goes to Green Bay. Barkley goes to Philly. Pollard goes to Tennessee. DeAndre Swift and the Chicago Bears. I don't know about that. Austin Eckler to Washington. Other running backs. Devin Singletary went to the Giants. Don't know who that is. Gus Edwards goes to the San Diego to replace Eckler. Antonio Gibson goes to New England. Yeah, that'll help them. Zach Moss goes to Cincinnati because they lost their running back. Aaron Jones was cut by the Packers and went to Minnesota, and Derrick Henry became Edwards' replacement in Baltimore after landing. I don't know if he's a replacement or not. The losers, the Vikings. I don't know why they're paying Kirk Cousins more than $1 million. Another $180 million deal, what you got from the Atlanta Falcons, and the guy sucks. It's amazing. Let's see. That's just stupidity by Atlanta. The Vikings lost the quarterback. They settled on Sam Darnold. Oh my God. For $10 million over 1 year. I wouldn't pay the guy 10 cents. That's a stupid pickup. The Detroit Lions made smart moves to acquire defensive end Marcus Davenport, never heard of him, and cornerback Carlton Davis, never heard of him. The Packers agreed to deals with running back Josh Jacobs and safety Xavier McKinnon. The Bears retained cornerback Jalen Johnson to a deal with running back DeAndre Swift, and the Vikings are going to be entering an uncomfortable transitions. Miami and Buffalo, the Dolphins and Bills weren't good enough to make a Super Bowl, and they're still not good enough to make a Super Bowl run. What are you kidding me? Miami saw defensive tackle Christian Wilkins and guard agree to 9-figure deals elsewhere. I mean, that's just, why would you sign a guard to a 9-figure deal? Pass rusher Andrew Van Ginkel also left to the Vikings. Previously, the Dolphins had cut veterans like linebacker Jerome Baker and corner. Never heard of these guys. Miami had salary cap issues because you're paying Tyreek Hill $30 million. And still needs to figure out the Tagliabue extension situation. They'll have issues replacing those players, though adding linebacker Jolyn Brooks. The Bills retain left tackle, defensive lineman. I never heard of these guys. An edge rusher, never heard of them. But there were some losses. They cut multiple veterans like center Mitch Moss, cornerback Darius White, and safety Jordan Poyer. Receiver Gabe Davis agreed to a deal with Jacksonville. Yeah, they still got Trevor Lawrence, though. The Bills can justify moving on from each player because they were aging or inconsistent in Davis' case. Well, they still have Josh Allen. That's a big problem. But they still need to be replaced. They don't have a lot of resources. Those two teams should still be the top two in anything. All right. So that's what we got. Bobby, are you there? Haven't seen you in a while. All right. So that's free agency. It's pretty meaningless. These are just mostly backup players or players that are like Kirk Cousins. He's not really good. Basically, it's Atlanta's headache now. He's still got the Achilles. You don't even know. And I thought it happened middle or late in the season. So I'm not even sure he gets going in that. So anyway, let's see. So all right. So I was watching this Yankee Doodle Dandy guy. I gave him a thumbs down. I didn't comment on him yet. He really is clueless. Doesn't understand comex, gold, anything like that. He's just a gold store. But I wanted to talk about this.
I quoted somebody last week, and they sent the check. They're getting whatever it is for that price.
All right, with this
price, that's not unusual.
Pop in gold, especially a little bit in silver. What are people doing with their current stack? Are they selling some of it, or is selling going up now?
Selling is probably at an all-time high, but in dollar amount, because people are selling gold, are getting a lot more for it.
But volume?
Volume has actually been much higher as well.
Okay.
And this is over maybe.
Okay, so this is what I want to talk about. Gold, for the lack of getting my gold out of my safe, let's call this gold. What we're doing is we're getting off the Titanic and we're buying gold to replace it. That's what we're doing, right? So because gold goes up and most of the population is too stupid to understand comex has left, Elvis has left the building. Comex has left the building. So because people are too stupid, they see it at 2170 and they're running to sell it thinking it's high. When we know gold is not high at all, it's very much kept down by comex. So we bought this, let's say at 1800, it's now 2170. We're selling it and we're going to make 400 of these, which is absolutely worthless. But now you have the problem of you lost your gold. You lost your insurance policy. You lost your money. And what did you get? You got this again. Well, we're trying to get out of this. This isn't what we want. This is what we're trying to get out of. So why is selling at such a high premium? Because it's stupid. I wouldn't sell an ounce at this price. It's too low. You're talking something that's going to be $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 an ounce, and you're selling it at, you bought it at 17, 18, 19, and you're selling it at 2170. And what are you doing? Now what are you going to do? You're going to, the central banks, China, Russia, are still buying all the gold they can eat. So what are you doing sitting there with that? Let me see. Do I have another session open? Let's try to kill that one. Okay, that's fine. So I deleted it in case somebody was going to go onto that one. There's no sound. So thank you, Bobby Bo, for that.
Who cleans this best? Tide. Get 3 3 times the cleaning power when you switch to Tide.
Excuse me.
Oh, nope. Try my Old Spice. You can use it on your pit's chest.
As well.
Okay.
And
Okay, so why are people selling their gold? Because they don't know what they're doing. They see it high, but they don't realize COMEX got out of it. So therefore, you're not getting the derivatives down. So there was, I guess, profit taking, but what are you doing? You're not taking profit because you're getting back into this. We want to get out of this. This is worthless. So we want to get out of this, right? That's our first thing. We're buying gold because we're getting out of this. So gold goes up. Why are you selling your gold? This is not profit taking. This is not what you want. This isn't even a good price for you. It's still 2170 something. Let's call it 2175. That's not a big price. See, you're thinking, okay, first you got to understand it's paper and you got physical. So you know the physical is worth a hell of a lot more. Then you're getting out, but you're going back into dollar. You're going back into the most overprinted thing in the world that's got no value. Why would you sell gold for this? Gold is the value. So he's seeing all this selling, and Bobby, it's a shake my head moment. What the fuck are you doing selling your gold at this low price? Right? I have no intention of selling anything at 2178. You got to add a zero to it. When I see 21,000, I'll think about it. Again, you've got COMEX is now at Bitcoin, right? All the COMEX, JP Morgan guys are in Bitcoin. They're out of gold because if they fuck around with gold, China and Russia are going to buy the JP Morgan stuff. And thus, they'll have to come up with delivery. This is the problem being it's Basel 3 and a tier 1 and all this shit. So if they do the derivative, I'm going to sell it at 2150. They need to deliver it. And China and Russia are sitting there going, we'll buy it. Give it to me. And that's the problem. So they're not, this is not going down. This is going up, 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 up and away. And to sell it at 2170, you have to be out of your mind. So this guy's pretty stupid, but it's just, I wanted to explain what's going on at a coin shop that these idiots are selling them for. Why? Why are you selling? Do you see? They don't know about COMEX, so they think 2178 is a good figure. Just like this guy talked about, if silver hits 100. Well, it's hitting 100 on its way to 1,000. So people don't understand. People think that $25 silver or $50 silver is physical. It's not. It's paper. This is the whole point of understanding paper versus physical. Gold and silver, even oil, is paper oil. So understanding the JP Morgan derivative market is paper is not the real price. It's far cheaper than it really should be. So understanding that is critical to understanding what's going on, right? Physical or paper. That's why most of these idiots don't understand paper gold. They think COMEX is the real price. They have no idea. And this is why I just give them, look at, this is how boom, thumbs down. You don't understand what paper gold and physical gold are. It's two different animals. We buy physical and we understand this is paper prices, not physical, which is much, much higher. So we're waiting for it to get to the physical price, which is what our buddies in China and Russia are going to do when they come out with a gold-backed currency. So that's where we're at with that. Let's listen to a few more minutes of Chucklehead here.
this is over maybe a 2-month period.
Do you think this is going to hold, Tim?
It never does. It's always going to correct. And I don't play that game, but every time I place a significant order for gold, be prepared for a drop.
See, so he doesn't understand either. It always corrects. It's correcting now. It's getting out of paper and correcting to physical. So this is not, why do you think it's high? It's high because what was keeping it low were the derivatives. People shorting it with derivatives was lowering the price. So we are not anywhere near the real price. And that's my contention, right? So he says it's going to correct. Yeah, we're betting on it's going to correct. And correction is going to be 20,000, not 2,000. 2,000 is not the correct price. Again, he doesn't understand comex. So this is really a good lesson to understand how idiots work.
I guess that seems to be the pattern. And there are no patterns in gold and silver today, but that one pattern that holds.
Well, when there is a pattern of comex, again, it's paper. He can't understand paper versus physical. It's amazing. He's running a coin store. So this is the problem. So you think this guy's smart, he runs a gold store. The gold store I go to doesn't understand he's selling paper. He's selling physical at paper prices. I tell him, why do you keep selling this to me at your paper prices? And I dance out and I dance to the car, happy as can be that I'm buying physical gold at paper prices. It's not a hard concept. I don't understand what's so hard about it, but people are in the dark. And this is the biggest problem is people have no fucking idea what in the hell is going on. But they know that, well, gold's 2,000, 2,100. Oh, wow, it's really high now. It's not high. This is nothing. This is very low. We're going to see at least a 10,000. All right. So again, doesn't understand it'll go to its norm. It's not because you don't have the derivatives lowering it. And in the market, who's selling gold? Nobody. Everybody's buying. Central banks, China, Russia, they're all buying. India, they're all buying gold. Who's selling? The idiots at his store?
True is when I buy it, it's going down. In the fall, they were saying after the first of the year, we're going to start to ease off on the interest rates. And of course, that never happened. And then they were saying out loud, March. In the March meeting, we'll decide to maybe cut some rates. And that became May. Okay. Now it's June.
Yeah. Big
I
time
wouldn't count on them cutting rates. It was, okay, well, we need to get a handle on inflation, so we'll raise interest rates till it equals inflation, and inflation will drop.
Right.
Well, that's nonsense. Okay.
Right.
So then, let's see, the economy is doing really, really well, so that's when we need to raise interest rates. Okay. And then it's, the economy's slackened off, so now it's time to reduce rates. They don't know what they're doing. And none of it has the effect they think it's going to have, except maybe that people are getting poorer. Mm-hmm. They raise rates, people get poorer.
He doesn't understand anything. It has nothing to do with it. It's inflation. You're printing this to zero. You fuck the money and everything else doesn't matter, because if this is worthless, what are you basing the economy on? This. What are you basing interest rates on? This. What the hell are you doing? So if this is worthless because you've printed it to death, because we understand what the real definition of inflation is, it's not prices. I was thinking about that in the pool today, and the big problem with inflation is, if you understand what they're doing, it's year over year. And I say, why? Why is that a good measure? Why isn't it 5 years? Or in my case, 1971 Pepsi of 10 cents, now it's $2.50. Why are we just looking at last year? Because if you think about it, it's always going to be lower, because, so let's say, I don't know. We'll take my Canadian club. So let's say this was $50 a bottle in 2018. And Then it got raised to $75 a bottle. And then last year they couldn't sell it at 75. It went back down to 60. So now it's sitting at 60. And if we look at last year versus this year, it's still 60. They tried pushing it to 75. They couldn't. So if we look at it year versus year, this is 60. Now it's 60. Oh, inflation's gone. But wait a minute, it was 50. Well, actually, let's say it's 50 and 20. Let's go back 4 years to 2020. Let's say this is $50 a bottle, and then in 22 it goes up to $75 a bottle, and then in 23 it's 70 a bottle, and this year it's 70 a bottle. So if you look at 70 from last year to this year, it's zero. However, if we go back to 2020, it was 50. It's still up $20 a bottle when you started printing the money to death. So the 2020 price of 50 and this price of 70 is you can see it's skewed, because if you look at last year to this year, well, it's already made the move, and now we can't raise it anymore, between people not having money and they can't sell it. So between the two things happening, it doesn't look like there's inflation. If you're looking at prices, this is the problem with the price model. However, what I'm saying is, if we go back to 2020, it was $50 and now it's 70. Did the prices go up? Yes. So we can't look at last year to this year and say, oh, look, the price, take Oreo cookies. They were $2.50. They went up to $5 last year. But this year they're still $5. They didn't keep going up. We don't have hyperinflation. There's still $5, and they're struggling to sell them. So it's buy one and get one free type of thing. Well, they were $2.50 a couple years ago. So they've really went from $2.50 to $5, and they've stayed at $5. But year over year, they're still $5. They haven't. Well, inflation hasn't moved in their model because it's year over year. And in my world, well, wait a minute, it went from $2.50 to $5. Inflation's 100%. That's why you don't measure prices, and that's why you don't look at year over year. Very few things. Once they move, they don't keep moving. They can't, because the market says no, right? Fritos, $2.50, now $5. But they didn't go from $5 to $7.50. They could barely be sold at $5 because you're used to spending $2.50 on them. And then it's last year $5, this year $5. Oh, inflation's fine. This is the hole in their theory. They absolutely, that's why it's not prices. Oh, we had $5 million, $1 trillion, and now there's 10 trillion printed. That's inflation. I got to talk to my Daria. All right, just a second. Sorry. So it's 4 o'clock. It's 11 o'clock in Russia right now. So she's just done working. Okay. So again, it's now there's $10 trillion. There's 130 trillion outside of the US that is about. Now, when you're thinking of, well, why do we pay the debt? Why not just ignore it? And, because you won't be able to get money from anybody else. And then you're the one who has to keep printing your own dollars, and everybody will realize it. And then you're fucked because nobody will want your dollars. And that's the end of it, right? That's the problem. And I don't know how many people really want the dollar now. They should realize they don't want it. Anyway, so that's the problem. He doesn't understand it. All right.
And if you have an adjustable rate mortgage, you're screwed.
It's Joseph from Plato's Closet. I am mic'd up today. It looks like a mess back here. That's not my problem.
Poor. And if you have an adjustable rate mortgage, you're screwed. But that's they don't care about that. What they care about fooling the people into thinking they're doing a great job with the economy. Oh, yeah. That's what it's all about. And they're never doing a good job because they keep printing too much money. There's no end to the source of money, in their opinion. But there is an end, because if they
see, so it's good he's not Keynesian, but that's what the government is. It's Keynesian. They think they can just keep printing their money and there's no effect. So if he knows that, why does he say why would people be selling their money, selling their gold for paper? They should not be selling their gold for paper. They should be holding their gold, realizing it's going to go higher because the COMEX is now free of JP Morgan, the gold side. The silver side, we're waiting, but as people wake up to the gold going up, they'll wake up to the silver going up. That's going to take a little bit longer, but it's coming. All right. So as you can see, they're printing too much money. This is why we don't listen to the government, and this is why we got to be careful. The more you print, the less it's worth.
All of a sudden, we're no longer the world's reserve currency. What do you think is going to happen to the dollar?
I heard somebody saying from the Democrat Party that we're not giving Biden the credit for all the good things in the economy. We're only focusing on the bad stuff. We need to understand that unemployment is way down.
Who gives a fuck?
Take a nighttime job at the post office. That's a new job. Every part-time job is a new job. If you come across our southern border and you're getting paid, well, those are new jobs. I'm not sure what they are.
The CP lie isn't telling this true story.
And they know it's a lie, but they lie about the lie. So it's it's just, it compounds itself.
What would you like for your birthday?
Get fall apart. We actually have had a lot of activity lately in gold bars. Get some candies, some Argo Horace.
Mm-hmm. Johnson Matthey.
I'm surprised somebody hasn't snatched that up.
I'm surprised.
If nobody buys it, I'll just put it in my stash. But
that goes in your stack if nobody buys it?
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay, so enough of this guy. All right, so you can see the problem with people. They don't understand. To sell their gold to get money makes no sense. I mean, this is why I use Titanic, right? So the Titanic's sinking, I buy gold. Well, so what they're doing is, as they're in the lifeboat, they're getting off the lifeboat and going on the Titanic. It's sinking, get off of it. So to answer his question about the dollar, it's already gone. It just takes time for the boat to sink, right? Look, Right, Luke? It's going to take time for the boat to sink. And that's where we're at. The boat's sinking. You don't want to get back on the boat. So this is the problem, that people don't understand what's going on. And this is what's sorely lacking, thinking 2160 is a good price for gold when I ain't selling it under. I might sell 1 ounce at 10 grand if I just need to, but and I think that's hurting my job, my interviews. I don't give a fuck. I'm ready to retire. I've got the gold. I'm just waiting for the gold to go up to 10, 15, 20,000. And if I need to sell an ounce to do something, I will, but I just there's no panic. There's like, I know I'm in great shape and just waiting for the gold to go up, and here it goes. So I'm like, whatever, fella. I'm not going to stay at the job long. Hopefully the gold will go up, but that's what's hard. If I get the GM job, I'll take it again, I can buy gold now. I mean, that's the only reason I want to work, is to buy the gold and silver and pay off my income tax and stuff like that. So this is the problem with people. They're not educated. They probably bought gold at 500, 1,000. These are probably old people that have bought gold, because nobody new's buying it. They're all buying Bitcoin, which is nothing. It's not backed by anything. So this is what we have. I was glad to see Bobby Bo today. I was beginning to worry about him. Let's see. So people probably, the younger people don't buy gold. The older people did. These are probably guys selling it who bought it at 700, 800, 1,000 an ounce. It hits 2180. They're all, oh my God, it's over 21. But they're not thinking, why is it now at a new high? Because it's going to the moon. And that's why, because we got out of comex. The people keeping the price down. It's not free market. And that's the other thing. I was going to talk about that yesterday. I forgot about it. So what do we want? And Bobby Bo, I'm just so happy I missed you. It's been like a week. Greg John's been like, he was all worried about you. You okay? Is everything, your health and everything okay? Or I was checking, but didn't see you back on after the audio issue. No, I came right back on. I've been on 37 minutes now, but I don't know if I closed it out. I just killed it and then redid it. And I didn't have audio again. And then I killed that one. And this is the third one I had to do. I don't know why I'm getting the audio problem. I thought I had that solved. Anyway, so we went over gold at 2175, where it came back from yesterday. So it was going all the way up, 2180, then went down to 2150 at 10 o'clock yesterday, and then finished at 2156. Now it's at 2175, and we're waiting to hit the 2300 mark on its way up. Thanks. Same here, Professor. Been pretty good. I haven't got notifications. Well, you never get notifications for some reason. Yeah, just, I'm on every day. What happened the other day, I did a 2-hour one, but Greg John said you're freezing, and I could see I wasn't because the clock was working. And when I'm freezing, if I do this, it's frozen and it kind of stays. But I'm like, Greg John, I didn't freeze. Yeah, it only did 48 minutes. And I was talking for 2 hours. So yesterday I came on in the morning and finished up. And you need to watch that one. I did it especially for you. It was Attack on Wall Street guy. And I go through the Attack on Wall Street guy, how they don't give a fuck about us. They just want to save the company, and we're in it. When we win, we don't bitch, but when we lose, we bitch. Yeah, when it's fixed, and you put us in, we lost because of you, not because of us. And then he shoots the guy. Yeah, you'll like that. I hope you. So watch the early one yesterday. It says attack on Wall. It says ATTK on WS. I didn't want to get too much into it, and I haven't heard anything. Sometimes they block me if it's copyright, but they didn't block it, so that's good. I usually have to check, but class was finished every time I check. Yeah, Greg is always vampiring. Yeah, the Attack on Wall Street movie. No, it's not on Netflix. It's on Tubi. Yeah, they hate the truth. So let me show you. Let me show you a scene. This is Attack on Wall Street.
Not the clients, this company. We shifted $4 billion in deposits, which leaves us with it until our clients figure out that we sold them worthless papers. But that move only buys us a few more weeks at best. I talked to Merrill. They said they'd insure the paper for 2 weeks, but they want $200 million to do it. 2 weeks. 2 weeks is nothing. We need 2 months at least. Now, it's time to triage. Time to dump the certificates on the market. All of them. Dump them. What about the pension fund investors? We're talking about $15 billion. That's not our problem. But if other houses follow suit, we can start a stand. Our priority is saving this house and fuck all the others. Our responsibility begins and ends with our partners and our shareholders, and that's it. Investors gamble, they lose. That's the risk that they agree to take. Is it not? They don't think that.
No, it's not. You want a fair game. We don't gamble to when we get fucked over. That's not the gamble. I mean, if you're playing roulette, you expect the wheel to go in either black or red hits. You're at least gambling on red, and you expect red. You expect it to be a fair, roll, right? And then or backrack or blackjack. You expect it to at least be fair. You don't expect the dealer, to be a mechanic and always deal himself blackjack and you 16. I mean, you just want a fair game. And this guy's just telling him, fuck all of us. All we care about is the firm. And this is what we're dealing with. This is the problem with Wall Street and the banks. They don't give a fuck. Wall Street's the biggest Ponzi scheme. And my point was, if Madoff was running NASDAQ, what does that tell you? You had the biggest scammer in the world running NASDAQ. Oh, my God. So that's the beginning of Attack on Wall Street. Let's get to the guy. You'll love this, Bobby Bo. So this is the stockbroker. There's the guy. There's the attack guy. He's an Army veteran.
Jim, what's going on? I'm sorry to tell you this, but your notes been delisted by the exchange. What does that mean? There's an investigation going on right now. For what? Investigation into some investment portfolios. But it looks like a significant portion of your fund is converted in a paper that is, well, a little suspect. You don't know? No, I don't know enough right now.
Oh, the guy just he just sold it all.
Jim, I told you when we first met, I only invest in clean deals, but it seems that the firm itself is behind all this. If I can't tell you anything else, this thing is a legal snowball. How is this possible? We'll just have to wait until the investigation is through with it. I mean, it seems that your investment was good and as it should be, but then everything lost its value. The question is, did the firm have knowledge that your original investment was bad? You just said you only deal in clean deals. I do.
Except for this one.
I'm the player here, and not the whole game. Do I look happy to you? You're not the only one hurting because of this. Your investment investment, my investment, the investments of a lot of unfortunate
Pick up the gun.
people. You told me, you promised me I'll pay 8 to 10% of my investment guaranteed.
So where's the guarantee?
I searched it out. I did my research. My office manager told me to put my clients into this. What else did you put money into? Loans backed by commercial real estate. And look, these look like great buildings. I checked the specs. I did the research. They look like they would be full capacity. Okay, but now they're sitting. Did you inspect these buildings? Did you inspect these properties? The people that do all the research told me that this was the real deal. So what do we do now? We'll get some information regarding the investigation and I'm not telling you.
See, look how he looks out the window. He's lying.
Is it telling me I lost all my money? Not necessarily. There's going to be some
So he doesn't understand the guy is just a salesman who makes money on commission for him selling him the real estate trust. That's it. He doesn't like, did you inspect the property? Did you look at it? You promised me 8 to 10% guaranteed. So the guy's giving him 60 grand and he's saying, I need it. I don't want to take a risk in the portfolio. Now, if it's me on the other end of that conversation in the beginning, I'm saying, look, Wall Street guy, before you shoot me, buy gold, right? Buy gold. Buy gold, buy gold, buy gold. You'll have no risk. You'll make a fortune. End of story. Go. You can relax. How does he lose $60,000 on an 8 to 10% real estate trust that's guaranteed? Because the properties were not given to people who could afford to pay them back. They were not people with 700 credits. They were people with 200 credit scores. And the guy's just a salesman, and he thinks so. For whatever reason, he thought that this guy actually knew what he was doing. This is what I warn you guys about. If you go to a stockbroker, you ask him the one question that I'm begging you to ask him. What about gold? Why aren't you putting me in gold when I have no fucking risk? That's what I ask you to do. He won't do it because he doesn't get commission. The guy from Home Alone in the beginning, all he cares about is the commission. So let's go to the good part of the movie. Okay, so this is the ultimate revenge game. You just fucked this guy out of 60 grand because you dumped the paper because it was going bad because people couldn't afford the loans. Here's the ultimate revenge game. Yeah, he was home alone. Now here's the revenge, Bobby Bo. He's supposed to be meeting him for coffee because he's got 2 more investment ideas. This is what he thinks of his investment ideas. It's a nice shot. I do like this. If Lamar could be this accurate throwing the ball. Now tell me that isn't the ultimate revenge. You cost me 60 grand. My wife died because I couldn't pay the bills. I lost my house. Fuck you. That's stoic, right? He's okay. I'll do the talking with my gun. Yeah. Well, he did that to a few other guys. There's one other. Let me show you the last scene, the total revenge scene. Okay, here's the final revenge to the Home Alone guy who was running the firm who cost him to lose the 60 grand. And if you see a guy in a white mask, I suggest you run. Yeah, it was a nice shot. He was in the military, so you really don't want to fuck with him. All right, here's the second revenge.
And by the way, I know exactly who you are. You're the guy that fucks everyday people in the ass and you float around in your yacht and not sitting in your fucking house in the Hamptons. You're booking tennis lessons from the penthouse overlooking Central Park. How do you know all this? I've been watching you. The problem with guys like you is you can't stop bragging. So when the rest of the world is suffering, you're making sure that every magazine in the country knows all about the triumphs. Well, there are people that derive inspiration from success stories. Maybe you do all the same things I've done if you had the opportunity. No, I wouldn't sell bad loans to people with small ones. You make yourself.
See, he's stoic, Bobby Bo.
Non-existent loans. You book the books to get your bonuses. It's what you fucks do. But the question is, why should I let you live? You're a salesman, right? Sell me. Sell me. There's not a person on this earth that's worth over 100.
The problem is he's not stoic, this guy. He should be like apologetic to the guy. Sorry, you lost your money. It was business.
They got all the money. You just annexed territories and licenses and businesses and killed the native population and imported slaves and sold guns to both the North and the South during the Civil War and controlled the politicians. And they're heroes. They're American heroes.
Look how smart he is. He knows the SWAT team's coming.
We teach our children what honesty, hard work, and keys to success. My children are going to go off some more. They're going to go to good. They're going to go hard. And it's going to be the dumb, stupid, white trash kids, the black ghetto kids. They're going to fight America's senseless performers. But they're going to protect American security and businesses. And it's going to be my business. My business is going to get richer and richer. And my bonuses are going to get bigger and bigger. And it's the same old story. It's the bankers and the owners and the advisors who get rich. And it's the little people who buy their stock that always lose in the end.
Madoff.
To people like you.
He's got a gun. I probably wouldn't talk to him like that.
It's a free trade system, my friend. It's capitalism. That's competition in a capitalism society. That's how the cream always rises.
That's not capitalism.
That's how the strong survive. The weak die off.
Like, that's my wife you're looking at. She's dead because of you.
No remorse.
I don't know you. I have never seen you before in my life.
You know about the real estate growth superfund, don't you?
That's where you put your money.
The company sold it to me for the commissions. For the commissions.
See, they just want the commissions.
You like competition?
I love competition.
You want to play a little free market competition? Just you and me?
You and me? Can't wait.
One weapon. Two guys. Winner lives. Making three. 1, 2.
Wow. Look at here how I came out. Tom, sure, that's what you don't understand. That's not what's important. What's important is that I won. It doesn't matter how I won. You're dead.
I cheated too.
The revenge game. And he walks out, no problem. They think he's the executive. So what did we learn here? What did we learn there, Bobby Bo? Being stoic does have a lot of benefits. Lee Harvey Oswald, which guy? The bald guy with the shaved head? Yeah, he was in the military. He was a security driver. He's got 60 grand from the military, meets that stockbroker, and this is my point of why I say this movie over and over. The proper play for this guy is gold and silver and just put it in a safe and relax. So the broker doesn't tell him, you know what, if these guys stop paying their mortgage, there won't be a value in your real estate trust. Because the real estate trust is a bunch of mortgages, right? It's 100 mortgages, you get 8 to 10%. As long as they keep paying their mortgage, there's no risk. However, once rates went up in 2007 and 8, we know what happened. They couldn't afford them because the rates went up in 2007 and they stopped paying the mortgages. So Home Alone guy says, well, fuck it, we're gonna lose because they're not paying us, and then we can't pay the Attack on Wall Street guys. So we're just gonna dump it all. And then the salesman says, well, we don't know what happened. It just died. We don't know what happened. And the moral of the story is you don't fuck the military guy over. Just be stoic. And the guy should never have dumped it because he's so worried about his company. We got to save the company. Well, if you wanted to save the company, why didn't you dump this when you realized that all the people couldn't pay their fucking mortgages? I mean, it was, I knew it in 1997 because Clinton allowed people without good credit scores to get a loan. And if the companies wouldn't give them the mortgage, they were like, Clinton was like suing these banks. So the banks had to do it. Why would you do a real estate trust? Jesus Christ. Yeah, I remember when we were talking a while back about the JFK shooting, professor said that Harvey wasn't really in the window or something like that, and it was all set up. Being stoic is Lee Harvey Oswald was not. It was the CIA in the Bush because there was multiple shots that hit. He couldn't get hit here and in the back by the same guy, right? Because it's not possible. And the guy's in the window. He might have been in the window. I doubt it. But he didn't shoot Kennedy. The CIA in the Knoll shot him, and there was witnesses that said, yeah, I saw shots coming out of the bushes. So, yeah, it was all CIA. We know that. But, yes, being stoic. So who wins? The stoic guy, the shooter. He lost all his money because he was stupid, and he didn't listen to us. He should have been in gold and silver. Right? That would have been, if he's in gold and silver, he turned 60,000, 110,000. Because I've already looked at the price of gold at 2000, let's say 2006, 2007 was like 700. And then in 2008, 2009, it was 1100. So yes, he would have made 400 an ounce, and doing math, he would have turned 60 grand into 110, but it was an option. What did he want? No risk and an 8 to 12% return. If he's in gold, he has no risk and probably a 30 or 40% return. Look at the return. I did this price thing, a couple weeks ago, where I said Pepsi's a dime is now $2.50. Well, gold was 37 an ounce in 71. I got 2050 as the price 2-3 weeks ago, and now it's 21.70. It just went up $138 in 3 weeks. What's our return on investment? Oh, but gold doesn't give a dividend. Yeah, but it goes from 2050 to 21.78, and when it hits 10,000, do we really give a fuck about a dividend? No, I don't think so. And we have no risk in the portfolio. And I showed you. Let me see if I can find it. You'll love this. If I can find it. I got a 1/10 of an ounce kangaroo for you, Bobby. I was diversifying my portfolio. Here it is. This is a 1/10 of an ounce kangaroo. It's Australian. I have a 1/2 ounce kangaroo. So I go in, it's my birthday last Thursday. So this is Friday. I was going to play poker. I said, no, I don't want to. So I went and I got 5 ounces of silver and my 1/10 of an ounce kangaroo. This is a proof kangaroo. And the funny part was the US and the Maple Leaf 1/10 of an ounces were $2.50. This was $2.20. I said, why? It's a 1/10 of an ounce. A 1/10 of an ounce of gold. It's a 1/10 of an ounce of gold. He says, well, I don't sell them that as much as the other. I go, because you never have it. I've never seen this coin except for the 1/2 ounce one, which I bought in the thing. Plus, he didn't want me to take it out of the plastic. You know how I always put it in these plastic holders? He wouldn't let me do it. He said, no, this is proof. So this is worth at least $2.50. I got it for $2.20. Plus the gold price went from $20.50 to $21.80. Plus it's a proof. So this is probably worth $3.50. I got it for $2.20. Happy birthday. No risk in the port. Here's my diversification. I diversified my portfolio into the kangaroos from the from the U.S. and the Maple Leaf. I've never seen, especially a proof. I have never seen a 1/10 of an ounce kangaroo there. He's got the U.S. at $2.50. He had the Maple Leaf at $2.25. Well, it was up to $2.50, so there was no difference between the U.S. and the Maple Leaf, which was really strange considering gold had gone up $100. He still had the 1/4 ounce for $5.50. That's why I was hoping I would have got that job. Then I would have bought that 1/4 ounce because I bought the 1/4 ounce 3 weeks ago for $5.50. Gold's gone up $100 and he has not moved that price. I'm like, what are you doing, man? So I bought the 1/4 ounce a couple weeks ago. So now I saw the kangaroo. I had to buy it for you, Bobby, as we diversify our portfolio. And I don't mind the 1/10 of an ounce and the 1/4 of an ounce. At the end of the day, any gold will do. And, I'm in the situation. I can't just keep buying the ounces. It's just, I don't have the excess money. I got the money in the safe, but I don't know how long I'll be out. For real. Thank you, Bobby Bo. Well, thank you again. Many years of great class, being healthy and, of course, being stoic. Yes, Bobby. I think we've got it all figured out that everything that's like eat healthy. So don't eat your sugars and be stoic and buy gold. And that's the key to everything. Just be smart. And that's why I get on these guys like the Yankee Doodle Dandy guy, because he's these people. Why would you sell your gold? So people are selling their gold now at $21.80. But, as I was explaining, the Teaser King family has been on a great run. Let's keep it going. Well, thank you, Bobby Bum. So what's our whole thought is we want to be in this. We want to get out of this into this. Let's just pretend this is gold. All right. So we want to get out of this into this, but we don't want to sell this and jump back into this. So all these people on this Yankee Doodle Dandy, the guy who owns the store, saying, yeah, the gold's up and everybody's selling. Well, what are they buying? They're getting this. But that's the whole point. You want to get out of this. And why are you selling at $21.75? That is not a high number. You add a zero to that, I might start thinking about selling at $20,000, not $21.78. And I got a lot of gold. I bought it $1,700 and $1,800. I'm not in it to sell it at $2,200. I'm in it to sell it at $22,000. And I'm not even going to sell that much at $22,000. It goes to the girls, and I'm just going to, if I need it, it's a nice vacation. I'll buy a house with it. That's it. So why would you sell this? If we're getting off the Titanic, if that's the whole point, this is sinking, get off the Titanic and get into the lifeboat. Why would you then get out of the lifeboat and go back on the Titanic? And that's what these people are doing. They're so fucking stupid. And I don't blame them. They don't know. It's Attack on Wall Street guy. This is how it all links together, right? He didn't know. He lost 60 grand because he didn't ask me, what do I do with my money? He went to a broker, and this is why I tell you, don't go to the brokers. And then I show you the guy. He says, we're only in it for the commissions. We don't care about our customers. Fuck them. We don't care if they lose. It's gambling. If they make money, they're fine. But if they lose money, yeah, but you cheated them. They didn't lose money because they made stupid investments. They lost money because you cheated them. You delisted you sold all your crap paper, which then made all theirs worthless. You fucked them. They didn't lose money. They didn't lose money because they're playing craps and the 7 came up. They lost money because you switched dice and the 7 was going to come up no matter what. That's the problem. Bobby Bo, speaking of eating healthy, I forgot to grab more pita breads today. I will have to back to get some. Yeah, I mean, it's okay. You can go a few days without. I ran out. Yesterday I went to the store and I got my dark chocolates and ate a pita bread. I'm surprised nothing happened with the banks. It was March 11th on Monday. I'm expecting 10 banks to go out because of the higher interest rates, and nothing happened or nothing was told to us. I'm not sure if something happened and we just don't know, but maybe it's going to happen soon. But it doesn't matter for us. We're out of the banks. We're out of the market. I mean, tell me that's not a Ponzi scheme. What this guy just did to Attack on Wall Street guy. That's a Ponzi scheme. We're going to fuck him over and take it, and we don't give a fuck. When they lose, when they win, they don't complain. Why do they complain when they lose? So you're telling me that wasn't a Ponzi scheme? He fucking screwed the guy out of $60,000 with no warning. It's not like he said, call your guys, have them get out of this now. We're about to dump it. Because we're going to lose because people can't afford their mortgages, which is what's going to happen now. And that's why we're not in. That's why I don't tell you to go into real estate trust. You can't trust people to pay their mortgages. And interest rates are just going to keep going up and up because that's inflation. If I'm loaning you money, I got to get back. If I loan you $10, I want to get 12 back. I got to charge you an interest rate. I can't. If you give me back the inflated 10, I'm only getting 8. Well, why give you 10 to get 8 back if I'm a bank? The whole point is to give you 10 to get 12 back. Therefore, I have to raise the interest rates. So they're not coming down. And this whole fantasy, rates will come down. No, they won't. Inflation's not going anywhere. This was the other gate I was talking about when I was apparently had no volume. Okay, thanks, Bobby. Well, yeah, because I don't know. Like I said, Greg and John said it, and I'm seeing it fine. My clock's 108.22, or I can see myself. I'm not freezing. I can see when I freeze, but yeah, keep me posted on that. So what I was about to say was, why is inflation measured at year over year? And I don't remember. I know I just talked about it. I think maybe in the beginning, but I'll review it. In other words, so I still talked. So let's say this was $25 in 2020, and now it's $75 in 2023, and then it's still $75 in 2024. So according to the government, they're not going back 4 years to see it was $20 and now it's $75. My God, huge inflation. They're looking at it from 23 to 24 when it was $75 and it stayed at 75. Oh, inflation's all done. Oh, look, the inflation's zero. There we go. We fixed inflation. No, this was $20 a bottle is now 75. You didn't fix inflation. What the fuck are you talking about? That's why I question a 1 year thing. It should be like 3 or 4 years, because it's where it was 3 or 4 years ago. It was $20 a bottle, and now it's 75, but they can't raise the price anymore, so it's going to stay at 70. So they found their max, and that, it's like the guy with the ribs. He goes up to 30, and then he keeps it. Well, it was 20. They went up to 30, and now from last year it's still 30. Oh, I guess inflation's all set. No, I don't think so. Inflation's not all set if you go back 2 or 3 years, and that's the problem with the way they do it. Well, one of the problems. Plus, anything that has a big move, they take out of the formula. And again, it's not. That's why I say it's not prices. Inflation is printing this fucking money from 10 trillion to 20 trillion. That's inflation. You've killed the value of this. And that's why that's the only thing to look at. You can't look at prices, because once the prices hit a point, nobody can afford it. They can't keep. Okay, so if I go from 20 to 75, in 2020 it's $20. Last year 75. I can barely sell them. I'm going to raise the price to 100 this year. I won't sell a bottle. So I can't, the market won't let me raise the price again. That's why we don't look at prices. That's why all we care about is how much of this is printed. And we know what's going to happen. And we know you can't print this. That's the whole point of gold. You can't print it. So it can never be inflated. It can never lose its value. And it's heavily demanded by every fucking bank in the world but the US. So if that's the case, it's a no-brainer. I get into this, I have no risk. It's going up because the demand's going to go up, because this is going to go out and this is going to go out and all that. Yeah. And I showed you, Bobby, Zimbabwe's on the gold standard. And their inflation was terrible. It was like 1,000%. And so they came out with gold-backed currency. And now everything's fine with the current, just don't use the Zimbabwe currency. That's worthless, but the gold-backed Zimbabwe currency is good. It's saving the country, and that's where we're headed. That's what BRICS is going to do. That's why everybody wants to join BRICS, because they want the gold, and they don't want the U.S. because the U.S. just keeps printing and then sanctioning and blackmailing and all the shit that the U.S. does. So the U.S. doesn't have much time, and I hate when people, it won't just be overnight. Yeah, it will be overnight, because as soon as they announced the gold-backed currency, which apparently, according to Mark McGuire, did you see the Friday and Saturday show, Bobby? I showed Mark McGuire. I can go through that again. Let me show you Mark McGuire's Saturday, his latest.
Talk about continue to aggressively sell and short the sector. This in turn.
Let's see.
To reluctantly do the same.
Now, Andrew, you also mentioned some unwanted guests in silver. Can you elaborate who these guests are?
Yeah, silver was also evidencing a similar short squeeze. And following a similar scramble to short cover silver into last Wednesday's first notice call, the open interest imbalance forced really a plus or minus 21 cents premium over the in-delivery March contract, at which matched a 21 cent discount.
What he's saying is a lot of people are getting silver.
The main contract is further out, so you have to expect a premium because you have to have insurance, you have to have carry costs, etc., etc. So you would expect that premium to be around 21 cents for a May delivery contract. But the in-delivery contract was actually matching that and completely offsetting. This is an evidence of backwardation illustrating what a huge shortage of physical supply. This is unprecedented and exposes the commercials scrambling to arbitrage.
Here goes your silver, Bobby.
Also foreshadowed an upcoming much larger short squeeze. Then on Friday, to add pain to misery for the cartel, as silver came under delivery demands late UK session on Friday, illustrating just how wrong-footed these commercial CTA synthetic short positions had become, into the supply shortage, into the physical shortfall, as spot broke through 23 backs, through the 23 round number. The premium over spot to short cover deeply underwater March positions that were in delivery reached a massive 53 cents per lot. That is 2,650 penalty to exit these naked short contracts. And obviously, as you can see, captured here. Now, the imbalanced scramble to square off short bets was a direct blowback that the LBOE London Trade's deliberate refusal to deliver on 2,000 tons of refinery orders, and really which basically benchmarked at the daily T+2 FX fixes, with the bulk of these orders spot indexed below 23 bucks. This has created massive shortages in silver at current spot prices and has turned the liquidity providers representing Indian and Chinese buyers to focus on these outstanding COMEX SLV lots to force delivery. It's only just started to feed through to the deeply underwater CTA gross and net short, naked short position. Now, they sell the rally footprints into last week's deeply underwater options derivative bets for this herd of traders oblivious to this setup, which likely gets resolved quickly after non-farm payrolls on Friday, which settled global markets are now turning on to the undervalued COMEX. They're now being aggressively what we call EFP, driving insiders to reluctantly do the same.
Now, Andrew, you also mentioned some unwanted guests in silver. Can you? One of the biggest questions we're getting again from the community is all of a sudden this they're looking for an update on the gold-backed BRICS currency. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, it was interesting. Pepe Escobar caught up with Sergey Glaziev. He had a most recent interview discussing we talked about these two de-dollarization solutions. And as reaffirmed by Glaziev, one basket comprises of national currencies of all countries involved in the process, like the SDA, but with more clear.
I'll show you the Bitcoin in a second.
The second basket, and I think I'll just read what he says here. So basically, he says there's a huge expectation for the green light from the Russian government for a new trade settlement model, which is in the final stage of fine tuning. And he talks about the two baskets. He talks about the commodity basket that's backed with gold. And he's really just, I think, really what he's talking about here, and I haven't got time to go through the whole thing, but essentially what's the big takeaway from here is that really what's he saying in the first comment is that it is in the final stages of green light, and it's being fine tuned. So watch out above. This is coming.
He's talking about the gold-backed BRICS currency. It's in the final stage and it's coming. Good luck. That's it for gold. It'll go through the fucking roof. Now, your Bitcoin question.
First off, if you haven't made money with AI yet, don't worry. AI is the biggest
scam in the world. All right.
Our next story is about Bitcoin. It is surging, and how? Yesterday, it hit a new record. One Bitcoin was priced at $69,000. This was an all-time high for Bitcoin. Bitcoin sustained this price level only briefly But the milestone is not our story. It's the momentum. It's been steady for a while. The question is, what is driving this rally?
Exactly.
Usually, this kind of surge happens due to heavy buying when a large number of investors start investing in a particular asset and they do it in large quantities, or when wealthy investors start pouring in big money. And the case of Bitcoin is no different. It's going up because of an influx of large investments. Which brings us to the question, who is buying Bitcoin?
The mafia.
Big investors in the United States. Investment firms have been at it for a while now. They've been trying to bring Bitcoin-related products. In January, they got a green light from the American regulators. A group of firms got the nod. They were allowed to introduce a new class of investments. These are called ETFs, Exchange Traded Funds, ETF. Now, these funds work like mutual funds. Expert fund managers run them. They collect money from investors and invest them directly into financial assets like stocks, or in this case, Bitcoin. If you're an investor, you can buy into these funds, ETFs, with small amounts of money, meaning you can indirectly own Bitcoin, also a number of other digital currencies. You can own them through this fund, ETF. So now big names have entered the Bitcoin game, the likes of BlackRock, Fidelity, and Grayscale. Reports say they have bought hundreds of thousands of Bitcoins.
That's why the price is going up.
Price surge.
Yes.
I think this is classic supply and demand. Demand is booming. We had the spot Bitcoin ETF approved in the US just over 6 weeks ago. And since then, those ETFs have accumulated 4% of all the Bitcoin there is in the world just in 6 weeks. Just to put that in perspective, that's proportionally about twice the size of the gold ETFs, which have been out there for a lot longer.
Now, what does that mean for people like us, the average investor? What does it mean for them? Early adopters of Bitcoin will celebrate. Their investments have grown many-fold and they've earned some well-deserved bragging rights too. There is institutional investment in Bitcoin now. Mainstream players are entering this space. Notable players are buying Bitcoin, and that amounts to acceptance. That means that Bitcoin and other digital currencies are here to stay. But I must say, these investments are not for the faint-hearted. Digital currencies like Bitcoin can be volatile assets. Look at the trajectory. Bitcoin emerged in 2009. It wanted to be the currency for the internet, one that is not controlled by any bank, by any central or reserve bank, by any country, government, or institution. It was not supposed to be controlled. Its operations are decentralized. Now, Bitcoin is built on the principle of blockchain. It's like a huge public ledger where every Bitcoin transaction is recorded. Everyone using the Bitcoin can see that transaction. So it makes any kind of cheating quite hard. When someone transacts using Bitcoin, computers around the world verify and authenticate it. So transactions cannot be fabricated. Now, since then, since 2009, many more cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin have emerged. They're called cryptocurrencies. But there is a fundamental problem with them. There is no underlying asset, no asset that decides the price of these currencies. There are no gold bars.
Same thing with
which back our
Bitcoin.
Traditional currencies. So this market, the cryptocurrency market, runs on a pure demand and supply model. When there is more demand, the price goes up. When the demand shrinks, the price falls. And it falls quite dramatically. Consider what happened in July 2022. Bitcoin's price dropped below $20,000. The global outlook was gloomy. There were fears of a recession, so investors turned towards safer assets. And just see how wild the fluctuation has been. In July 2022, one Bitcoin was worth $19,000. Today, the price is well over $60,000. That's a jump of more than 3 times in less than 2 years. It could fall again when the markets turn bearish. So if you're thinking about investing, do remember this. This is no quick money scheme. Think your investment through, consult an expert, and exercise caution.
That's the bottom line, because Stone Cold said so. So she's saying it's a very risky. The problem with Bitcoin, as we know, it isn't backed by anything. Put it this way. Bitcoin is not backed by gold. So the value is supply and demand. So we can see a Madoff coming, right? BlackRock and Gates have bought this. running the price up. And then what do? They take their profit, like Michael Douglas. And they're going to take their profit, and you're going to watch it go to 30,000 going, what the fuck just happened? So they're the ones running it up, which means they're the ones going to run it down. When they want to take profit, they'll take the profit. If you're stupid enough to think it's just going to keep going up and up and up, then I'd give you the roulette example of, it hit red 5 times in a row. I'm going to keep playing red, and it's going to hit red 1,000 times in a row. It doesn't work that way. So if you see, this is the problem. People don't understand. Get the fuck out of Bitcoin. It's not real. It's not backed by anything. It's a Ponzi scheme, but nobody wants to. Everybody just sees red will hit 55 times in a row, so I'm going to keep playing red. I'll never get out. I won't take my profit. What can I say? That's just stupidity. I mean, that's all it is. Bobby Bo. Metals are about to run and fly as soon as this gold-backed currency is announced by BRICS. They're going to revalue it, and off it goes. It's already going without that, but I think it's the anticipation. Yeah, crypto's been pulling an Oregon, but now that's why I did that video, so you know why, right? The BlackRocks and Fidelities are buying it, not me and you, and just as easily they'll get the hell out of it, and off they go. It's not like gold where we know comex is out, right? And comex is in Bitcoin, so it's going down. Nice way to finish that, Professor. I bursted out laughing. AI, the biggest scam in the world. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we'll go down, but it will be in 2026. Crypto is just a nice, quick money hack. It's a scam. Crypto is easy. It's just cyclicals. You cash out, then move the money into a safer asset in the long run. Well, that's the thing. Nick said, it's going to 100,000. And I go to Nick, how are you going to buy it? You got 75,000 to buy an ounce or whatever it is, and then you're going to sell it at 100,000. If it hits out, what if it goes from 75 to 35? Are you going to hold it, hoping it goes back? This is the problem with most people. Let's say it's at 75, and then it drops because BlackRock and everybody takes their money out and sells, and the thing goes probably so they can rebuy it at 30, right? This I could see being BlackRock and Vanguard's plan. We'll buy it, and then what we'll do is we'll sell it, and it'll drop back to 30, and then we'll come in and buy it again, and it'll go back to 70, and we'll just play this game. But at what point? So the problem with people is it's 70, it drops to 40. They won't sell it. They're going to wait for it to go back to 70. They don't take the profit at 70. If you're in it at 40 and it just went to 70, what the fuck? Get the fuck out. What are you staying in it? People are getting out of gold after a $300. I bought it at 18. It's at 21.50. I'm going to sell my gold, but they won't sell their crypto. It just doesn't make any sense. Well, you understand that it's not a long-term thing. I understand it's a Ponzi scheme, but if you were with Madoff, you could have he at least paid you, right? I think it can definitely hit 100K, but these idiots will just hold on to hit, thinking it'll go to 200K, then it'll eventually dump. The big dogs just play the game, so it's about being on the right side. Well, we were talking about digital, and I don't know if you saw that class. So they had the digital, like Brady cards or whatever, and there was some guy buying them for $1 million, but behind the scenes, the guy he bought it from gave him his money back. So it was all a scam. It was all a Ponzi scheme. So it's like you buying this card for $100,000, and then I give you the 100,000 back, but it looks like this car is worth $100,000. That's what they were doing. And I believe that's what's going on in Bitcoin. It's not backed by anything. How is it worth 70 grand? To me, it's like me, you, and Luke go, you know what? We're going to come out with this new currency. We're going to come out with the Bobby Bow. So we're going to come out with this we'll call digital gold. This will be a digital card, digital gold. And we'll come out and this will be money. And we'll start it at $10. And then we keep bidding it up to $100,000. It doesn't have $100,000 value, but since the three of us kept bidding it up and up and up and just giving ourselves the money back, it's not costing us anything. But people think this is worth 100 grand. That's the Ponzi scheme. So you're going to trust BlackRock guy. You're going to trust Larry Fink and Vanguard guy, the two biggest crooks in the world. You want to trust them? So because it's not backed, how the hell is Bitcoin worth 5 cents? It's not money. We know that. You can't go to the store and spend it. So all it is some computer chip it's a computer byte, right? It's Bitcoin. So it's a computer byte. How does it have any value? I mean, that's like saying my this is worth 100,000. It's ibuprofen. No, it's worth $2. But if it gets they bid Bitcoin up to 70 or 75 or whatever the fuck it's at, doesn't mean it's really worth that because it isn't anything. At least with Mahomes, I have the fucking card. And I know it's worth, let's say, 5 grand, right? At least I have the card and I can see the auction. It's sold for 5 grand. That's the value of this. How the fuck is Bitcoin 75? You don't even know what it is. It's not, there's no coin. There is no card. There's nothing there. You don't own anything. It's money. It's not money. You can't spend it. I mean, okay, it's worth 70 grand. You're going to, go buy a $70,000 Mercedes with it. Well, they won't take it. Why not? If it's money, they would surely take it for the Mercedes, the $70,000 Mercedes. No, we need cash. Because we don't know what the next week, the value of Bitcoin might be 10,000. Very volatile, and it's not real. I mean, that's that's my argument. It's not real. So the fact that Fink and Vanguard and these guys came in and jumped the price, they're doing it so you'll go into it. Why don't people buy gold? Well, it doesn't go anywhere. It doesn't move. And now it's finally at 2180, and people are like, oh, okay, that's it for gold. That's the move. And when they see it at 20 grand, then what are they going to do? They're going to shit their pants because the difference is this being gold is actually, I have it in my hand. This is actually gold. We'll pretend this is gold. This is actually gold, right? I have it in my hand. You can't say it's not. That's the point. You have the gold in your hand. It has a value. I have this in my hand. It has a value. I got this in my hand. It has a value because it's in my hand and it's a real thing. What is Bitcoin? This is the problem I have with Bitcoin. What is it? I can't hold it. I don't know how you're getting a value. It's not backed by gold or silver or anything. There's nothing backing it. What is it? It's nothing. It's a game. So like I say, if me and you, Bobby, come out with money and we come out with Bobby Bow currency, what's it worth? Well, it's worth 10 grand. It's Bobby Bow. It's not backed by anything. Yeah, no, but it's money. Well, we can't use it anywhere. It's money though. Don't worry. We have a ledger. We have a general ledger. So I'm recording. Bobby bought it. I bought it. Bobby bought it. I bought it. It's worth $20,000. It's not worth anything. That's the Ponzi scheme of it. It's not worth a thing because it doesn't have any value because you don't even know what the fuck it is and you can't hold it in your hand. Believe me, it's going to be zero very soon. It's being held up. And that's what they're trying to do by jumping the price to 70 grand, is to get buyers into it. And then you're going to get home alone. And the attack on Wall Street guy is going to be shooting a lot of people. That's what's happening. And gold, that's why gold struggles, because they don't want gold to go up. They're actually keeping gold down, but you don't see them keeping Bitcoin down. They want to run it up to get interest so people jump in it and lose their ass. So you've been warned, stay out of it. The big dogs play it, right? Are those the Georgia Bulldogs? It's like a game where the refs know what's going to happen. Yeah, and they call the holding penalties, exactly. So they conveniently throw a flag or call a foul on at any given time to get the outcome they want, that they will suddenly not throw a flag and let players play a few plays later on. Exactly. And the sad part is that most fans watching won't even have a clue and just think what it is and not know it's fixed. Exactly. If you're telling me Bitcoin is real, it might go to 200 grand, but at the end of the day, it's going to be zero. And the biggest thing is it's $75,000. And we know what? This has no value. So what's $75,000? It's worth zero. So even if it goes to $200,000, when the dollar goes out, Bitcoin cannot be worth anything because Bitcoin doesn't have its own value. Gold is fine. We're going to buy houses and cars with our gold. But Bitcoin can't be, it's not a money. Gold is a money. That's the hidden secret that we have, is that when all these things priced in dollars, including your house and cars, go to zero, but the gold will then be the money. It'll be the medium of exchange, and that's the key, right? The gold now is the money, right? Right now, right now, gold's priced in the dollar, right? But we know that this is gone. We know that it won't be priced in euros. It won't be priced in rubles. We know that what's going to happen is gold will be priced in gold. Now, the BRICS countries' gold will probably be priced in dollars at this time. So it'll come out at $10,000 for an ounce of gold, because the BRICS have coming out with new currency and they can only print so much. So that's why you need a higher gold price. Okay, fine. And I don't know if it'll be priced in dollars or yuan or rubles or some invented money from BRICS, right? The Russian Chinese dollar, I don't know. But at some point, it turns to gold, and gold becomes the value, which is what it should have been the whole time. And the U.S. just keeps their head in the sand. The government, run by Joe Moron and Bill Moron and 5 idiots, and they don't know what the fuck they're doing, and they think they can just keep doing derivatives and Luke asked me last night, he says, that's a lot of derivatives. What do you think of that? I go, it's worthless. So to explain derivatives, as we did on the Big Short, when that girl did it, Margot Robbie explained it. So basically, or no, it was the other one when the girl was playing blackjack. It's a good hand, it should win, and then some guy in the audience then bets on the hand to win, and then some girl bets on the guy if he's going to win it. So they're not even playing the hand, they're just betting on the outcome of the hand that they're not even in. That's what these do. So they go all over the place, people betting on the derivatives. Gold will go up or whatever the derivatives are. And all these other people are then betting on them and then betting on that bet and betting on that bet. So it's like I bet on KC to win the Super Bowl, and Bobby bet on me, and Nick bet on Bobby, and Greg and John bet on Nick. I'm the only one with a real bet on the game, right? Everybody else is then betting on me or Bobby or Luke or Nick or whoever. But I'm the only one with the bet. So if the KC wins, I win. Then Bobby wins because I won. And then Luke wins because Bobby won. And Nick wins because Luke won. I mean, it's fucking a nightmare. Just why are there derivatives? Just you bet on the game, you win, you win. You lose, you lose. That's all it should be. Bobby Bo, so they conveniently throw it. Oh, okay, we did that. And the sad part is that most fans watching won't. Well, I just showed you Attack on Wall Street guy. He didn't even know what the broker was supposed to do, right? You looked at these buildings, you inspected them. You're supposed to inspect them. Isn't that what you get paid for? No. He's getting paid to sell you this and make commission. That's it. A Home Alone guy is, what did he say? We're in it for the commissions. That's their job, is to sell you shit that they can then get the commission. And they don't care if it makes money or loses money. You don't know what the hell just happened. You don't understand the reason you lost in the red is because people couldn't afford their mortgages, because they should never have gotten the loan. This guy's got a 300 credit score and he makes 20 grand working at Target. Well, let's give him a $100,000 mortgage. The guy can't afford, what are you kidding me? So you give him the mortgage, he can't afford it when the rates go from 2% to 4%. He's working at Target. And then your real estate trust goes to hell. And the guy running the firm, getting the commission, says, well, let's just cancel the writ because, there was 100 guys at Target who took out these loans and they can't pay because interest rates went up. That's the problem of what happened. It wasn't all people like me and Bobby who could afford it, who had 700 credit scores, who, I know they're going to pay their mortgage, but it's the guys working at Target and the guys working at the gas station who are getting these mortgages who should never get the mortgage. And so the guy's saying, fuck it, we don't care. We're only in it for the commission. We don't care if the attack guy loses his money. Right? We don't care if he loses. Well, then he kills you. So you should care. That's the problem. You should care if he wins or loses. He gave you 60 grand because he was in the Army, and you're not doing a check on him. You got to realize this guy's in the Army. I better not piss him off. You should have apologized. Like Home Alone guy did not apologize to him, right? He just said, well, you gambled and you lost. Man, I'd have been kissing the military. He's got a gun on me. Why should you live? Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't know you lost. What can I do to make it up for you? Here's 20 grand. So at least you have something. Don't kill me. No, he goes non-stoic on the guy, and then the guy kills him. It's like, what did you think was going to happen? He's got a fucking gun, you idiot. No wonder Kevin left. You left him home alone. The Home Alone guy is Madoff. Exactly. Yeah, making $20K a year must be tough. Well, but are you going to give the guy $100,000 mortgage? He makes 20 grand a year. That's what they were doing, right? I was talking to a friend the other day, and he mentioned that his uncle works at some warehouse sweating his ass off for $13 an hour. I thought minimum wage was like 15 or 20. I didn't even know jobs still pay that. Why doesn't he go work at McDonald's? Don't they pay more than $13 an hour? I thought minimum wage is like 15. Go work at McDonald's. I mean, at least you can eat, right? You just grab it as you're cooking the fry. You take them out, grab a handful, and eat the fries, and grab a Coke or something. At least you can eat there, right? Wonder why Kevin left him. That was that guy was ridiculous, right? I mean, but this is what's running. See, this is the problem that I keep trying to bring up. You're getting Madoff. Anything to do with the banks or Wall Street, right? You got JP Morgan guy and you got BlackRock guy. You want to trust them? I mean, I would get out of Bitcoin just because the BlackRock guy got in if I did nothing else, because this guy's he's a criminal. So these are the people running the government, are the banks. So you want to trust Jamie Dimon and BlackRock guy. I mean, wow. Yeah, okay. This is the big problem. So mostly people don't know, but it's not because they're stupid. They haven't been taught, and they don't, like the girl, Jenna's friend who's from Odessa, when we went to Berlin to meet Natasha, she kept coming to me, and I was teaching her gold, as I always do, right? I was teaching her gold and economics. Where did you learn all this? I said, I got a master's in it. She says, I can't find it on the internet. I can't learn it. And there you go. I said, well, I got a master's in it, and I know what you're talking about is they don't teach it anymore. And that's the problem. So you want to learn about it. They don't even want you to learn about it. It's fucking crazy. But the reason is you cannot print my baby. This can't be printed. So therefore, whatever's in the ground is in the ground. It's got a value. We know it's undervalued because they don't want you to leave. They don't want you off the Titanic. They don't want you anywhere near gold. They want you on the Titanic, which is why I used the examples I used. Pretty neat examples I actually fumbled around and got and figured out. But that's the problem. But they don't want to teach it, right? First thing I do is somebody says, I'll say, are you taking economics? And they'll say, yeah. I go, which one? And they look at me, they have no fucking idea. So I know it's Keynesian. And I go, is it Keynesian or is it Austrian or classical? Austrian or classical is the same thing. Is it Adam Smith and the invisible hand and laissez-faire, or is it, let's look at the communist model of the government running everything? And 9 times out of 10, it's Keynesian, because they don't want you to understand that gold is the savior of Rome. That's the problem. They don't want to do that. Hobby Bo. Maybe in Florida we are lower. Well, I don't know about that. I mean, McDonald's probably nationwide. Yeah, Kevin preferred to spend Christmas lost on New York rather than spend it with his Madoff dad. Yeah, exactly. Oh man, I'm still laughing off that comment about wonder why Kevin stood home and alone. Thank you, Bobby. Yeah, I just wing it, whatever comes into my mind. I do prefer the Rock and the Stone Cold ones also, because Stone Cold said so. So the Rock has this new spring football league. You know what's funny about that? If you didn't have the league and just had the Rock and Stone Cold wrestling, you would get more viewers and a bigger TV contract to watch those two wrestle than you're going to get with the whole season of football. It's just crazy, but that's where the demand is. Yeah, The Rock has been in wrestling lately. I saw a few clips on YouTube. Well, because of this football league, right? The spring league. Who gives a fuck? So keep that in mind. Now, what I get frustrated is watching these shows, right? See, when I watch this idiot, that's what frustrates me. He doesn't understand what paper gold is versus physical. He doesn't understand what inflation is. The two most basic things. Inflation, you print the money to zero. It has no value. And gold is paper gold versus physical gold. We're waiting for physical gold. It's undervalued. I don't know the problem with that. These are two very basic. They're not ideas, and they're not maybes. They're not objection. These are real. This is not like my opinion on any of this stuff. this is what I learned, so it is real. But and yet nobody knows. I was watching Andy Scheckman, and he doesn't get it. They're looking at the Maloney. They look at the graph. You're looking at a graph of fucking paper gold. What are you looking at? You can't look at a paper gold chart and get anything out of it, especially now that they're getting rid of comex. And it's funny, nobody understands that. Just us understands that we've got paper gold. The comex, we've eliminated the bullshit on gold. It's now out of the price fixing and into try to get to a physical market. That's it. That's why you see gold going, because of that. Let's see what gold's at now. Yeah, it was XFL last year. What is it called now? It's called spring football. The rock football. It's the combination of the XFL and the WFL together. The Rocks Football League has Aaron Murray from Georgia and A.J. McCarron from Bama as starting quarterbacks. That tells you everything you need to know about the league is his talent. Aaron Murray, he's like 10 years ago, isn't he? He's not current at Georgia. Let's see if we're at 2180 yet. Come on, baby. Ooh, there we go. Silver 2502. Here we broke 25. Look for this to jump now. Gold 2174, up $17. We're going to get excited when we see it over 22. But silver 2502, look at that, up 88 cents. Happy times. I'm sure your eyes are watering, Bobby. I know you're getting all excited now at the 25. Well, you got to understand it hit a very big milestone because as Mark McGuire told us, or Alligator, once it goes past 25, it goes to 35. And once it goes to 35, all these idiots will be selling it at 30 to taking their profit because they bought it at 25. It's just people are idiots. They don't understand. You're getting out of this to get into gold and silver. Why would you sell it to get back into the boat? This is why I use colorful examples. If I say that, it's easy to understand. You can I don't want to go back in the boat. Okay, then don't sell it. Some of these guys talk Chinese, like Mark McGuire. I don't know what he was saying. He got off on some tangent with the silvers. Basically, what he was trying to say in English was these other people want to buy silver, but they won't sell it to them at spot. So they're like backdooring this and that. And that's what's happening with silver. And God knows what he said. Because I consider myself, I have a fucking master's in it. I'm like, what are you talking about? He's talking banking language, which I don't know what the hell that is. I know economic language, Adam Smith language, Say's law, that I can follow. But when you get into that, I'm like, what are you talking about, Mark? I don't, See, Mark doesn't understand his audience. Nobody in the world is going to understand what the fuck you just said, Mark. You're using these words and these examples. I don't know what you're talking about. Even the ring fence and the casino chips. It's like, what? What? Caesar's Palace just bought gold? I mean, what are you What are you saying? I mean, it's insane. He was there when Todd Gurley was the running back. Oh, at Georgia. Fuck, Todd Gurley's already been to the Super Bowl and gone with the Rams. See, that's what Goff went to the Super Bowl because he handed the ball to Gurley, and once in a while threw a play action pass. And if the Lions, okay, so Kirk Cousins just signed $45 million for 4 years. Atlanta's out of their fucking minds. Bobby, you need to go back in baseball if they're going to throw around $45 million. But I would ask to get paid in gold, because basically it's not money. You're getting paid $45 million useless dollars. That'll probably have the value of $5,000. This is what these athletes are not understanding. You're getting 40. I mean, that shows you the inflation, right? Let's say Michael Jordan, what did he make? He made $10 million a year. Now LeBron makes $100 million a year, or Kirk Cousins makes $45 million a year. What the fuck did Joe Montana make? Did he even make $1 million a year? Let's say he made $5 million a year. And now you're paying $45 million to fucking Kirk Cousins, who's won one playoff game, who sucks, who throws a lot of interceptions, who's not a good quarterback. Why would he go to Atlanta? He has Jefferson at Minnesota, our LSU guy. God, I'm praying Jefferson goes to Cincinnati with Chase and Burrow, and then we can make a fortune on betting Cincinnati every week. Do you realize they'd go undefeated if they got Jefferson on that team with Chase and Burrow? It would be a scary, scary offense, that's for sure. Yeah, teams paying Kirk Cousins all that money is insane. First of all, he's got the Achilles, so it's not like he's all 100% anyway. And even when he is, he throws to the other team more than he throws to his team. Yeah, you heard about the other trades. Russell Wilson is the Steeler. Yeah, I don't think anything's wrong with Russell Wilson. Let's look at Russell Wilson's stats. I'm going to go off to whatever you call this, docs, for 1 minute. And we're going to go up to oh, I don't have it on my thing because I just went to the starters. Here he is. Russell Wilson in 15 games out of 17, 66%, threw for 3,000 yards, 200 yards a game, 26 touchdowns, and 8 interceptions. Okay, tell me what's the problem with that? 26 and 8, and you'd have thought he was like 10 touchdowns, like Steve Young, 10 touchdowns and 15 interceptions. And Shaquem, and then the guy from the Eagles, from the Lions, is now on the Bears. So where's Fields going? Back to Ohio State? He's got a few years left on his. He can make more money with the NIL than he can in the NFL, because nobody wants him. Why would you take him when you could get there's 5 quarterbacks coming out, Nix and Penix and Daniels and Caleb, who we're worried about, and Hartman. I don't know what the fuck J.J. McCarthy or Drake May is doing in that mix. They are not anywhere near these guys. I mean, that's just ridiculous. But Barkley to the Eagles, they had the guy. I don't think that matters, but they do need to run it. I think the problem is, so you got Steve Young on Carolina, and he sucked. He was like 9 touchdowns and 15 picks. And now, we need to get him help. We need to get him receivers, and we need to get him on offensive line. Well, what are you talking about? Joe Montana won the Super Bowl with Bill Ring at running back and Freddie Solomon and Dwight Clark, and he won a Super Bowl with that shit. I mean, that's just that shows you that you shouldn't need to get the quarterback, a great offensive line, and super. So you just gave up. What's his name? Our DJ Moore or something to the Bears for him. So you had the receiver. Why did you give him up? You could have got Steve Young in the later on. I mean, I think what was Carolina drafting 3 or 4 or 5? So they end up fucking them. So now they need the receiver that they traded to the Bears. So it's going to be interesting. The Bears, you've got the number 1 pick, and I pray they draft Drake May. I'll laugh so hard. So they've drafted Mitch Trubisky and Sam Howell and Kenny Pickett, and here comes another superstar out of North Carolina, Drake May. Oh my God. I'm going to laugh my ass off. That's as funny as this J.J. Walker from Michigan, who, what did he show you? What did he show you? The guy did nothing for me. All he did was hand the ball off. Yeah, let's make him a first-round quarterback. I see nothing from that guy. Although when they don't play anybody, it's kind of, what are you going to see? I don't see enough to draft him, maybe a 5th-round draft pick. You fucking drafted Hayner and Stenson Benson in the 4th round. Now, my thing is that the Lions should trade Goff and start Hooker. Now, let's keep this in mind. Hooker beat Alabama 50-49. But we don't want to give him any credit for that. Are you fucking kidding me? It seemed like C.J. Stroud got credit for putting up 40 points on Georgia, even though most of it was running. Oh, he put up 40 on Georgia. Okay. How much did he put on Michigan? Oh, yeah, they got like 10 points and lost twice to Michigan with C.J. Stroud. Yeah, okay, we'll give you credit for Georgia. But we don't want to give Hooker credit for 50 points on Alabama. Excuse me? Why don't we want to give him credit for that? He looked pretty fucking good in that game. He went back to pass under heavy heat. Guys are wide open for touchdowns. He hits them right in stride. And Jared Goff does what? Oh, yeah, he throws a lot of interceptions in critical times. And I look at the Lions, and you got them 24-7 at halftime. How do you lose that game? With the good core, Joe Monty, you got Tom Brady. You're not losing that game. You got Mahomes and Burrow. You're not losing that game. You got Penix, Daniels, and Bo Nix. You're not losing that game. Where was Goff in the second half? Oh, yeah, they kept going for it on 4th down. Like they're out of the coach is so bad. And then the Lions don't get rid of their defensive coordinator. So what I love about Kansas City, what did they do? They signed Spagnuolo to a 5-year contract. Like, we can't lose him. We got Mahomes on offense, and now we got Spagnuolo. So look who's going to win the next 5 Super Bowls, Kansas City or Cincinnati. Cincinnati is the only team that can handle them with Burrow. Burrow and Chase can handle KC. That's about it. We know Lamar can't, and God knows Josh Allen can't. Purdy played pretty well. Let's give Purdy credit for 19 points. Lucas, how are you, sir? Bobby's here. I got him here. He owes us money, Luke, because he hasn't been on in a week. Silver, yeah, he's over 25. I just showed Bobby. That's a big move to 25. $25.02. It broke the magical 25. And gold's back up to $21.75, $21.74. All the way up, $17. See, it was down to the $21.50, but look at the support we got. Let's get it to 22 tomorrow. Let's get this to 26, and it'll be Katie bar the door. Silver has broken through a critical point at 25, and the next point's 35. You're going to watch it go 30, 35. And you're going to want to buy another thing of that. And when when BlackRock and these other big investment companies take their profit in Bitcoin and get out, and it goes from 70 to 30, then you'll understand me. Because that's why it's up. Because Larry Fink bought, and BlackRock and the Vanguard guy bought, and believe me, they're going to be out soon. They're not stupid. They're not. Oh, it's going to go to $1 million. It's going to go to 20 million. Yeah, okay. It's not backed by anything. So anyway, yes, gold's better. Silver is starting to move. It's a big number, 25. Good thing we're prepped. Wait till silver hits 50. They'll all wait till it hits 100, right? People are stupid. They don't understand paper and they don't understand comex. So they think that silver can't go past 50. So when it hits 60, so it's going to be 50 and then go 49, and like gold, we need it over 2,200. Then let's go to 2,300, and then we go to 5,000, right? And in silver, they're going to be like, it'll climb to 50. And I was showing this Yankee Doodle Dandy guy where he said he owns a store, right? And he said, people were coming in selling their gold at 2180 or whatever it was at. A lot of sales, a lot of, and that's when I got back to Titanic. I go, the whole point is to get off the boat, and you get off the boat into this boat. That's the whole point of what we're doing, is we're getting off of this valueless, heavily inflated dollar, which is worth nothing, onto something that you can inflate that has a big price. So why would I sell this to get back on the boat? The boat's going down. Oh no, I got to get back on the boat. I'm going to make $3 on my gold and sell it to get back on the boat. This is how stupid people are. They don't understand. You're trying to get off of this. So they'll do the same thing with silver. It'll hit 50, and everybody and their mother will sell it. And we'll be sitting there going, oh, that's still low. We're looking for 500. But people can't think like us, and they just sit there and they look at the paper. They can't differentiate the paper from the physical is the problem. Anyway, I'm on a roll. I'm jumping from football to gold. I know I'm on fire now. Yeah, it's a good thing we're prepped for it. See, what are the odds on you meeting me in the Barcelona airport? What, 1 billion to 1? And I happen to be on the phone talking to nobody, just leaving a message to my guy who we talk gold with, or you wouldn't even have heard me. What the fuck's going on? Have you been going to Europe? What is going on? We got tractor problems in France, tractor problems in Germany. I don't know what's going on in Spain and Portugal. I want to meet Jenna. I have no idea. Like, I think we're going to like Sweden or, some other kind. We'll go to Greece maybe. I don't even know how you can go to Europe. Maybe Amsterdam, but that would be about it. Yeah, I knew. Well, I knew you were. I kind of knew you were listening, but it was not affecting me. I was being stoic and going. Well, I didn't care if anybody listened because I did talk loud. But I did that yesterday. I was getting my hair cut, and I talked to some lady sitting there, and I was teaching her gold, and then her daughter got her hair cut, came over, and then the girl who cut my hair, I was teaching them all. It's funny though, the girl cutting my hair, I says, you need gold and silver. So she's ready to, I says, but by the way, your boyfriend and your father will be against it. So be prepared that they're gonna think no, and you gotta be stoic and at least buy the silver, because they don't understand it. They're not gonna, tell you to buy it. But yeah, it was definitely strong. And but that's what's happening. People are not yet realizing the dollar is worthless. I think they smell something in the fact that I mean, even if you don't understand that, it's a $35 trillion debt. I mean, you've got to understand that. And the inflation is much higher. Yeah, I believe so. And like I said, I thought March 11th, the banks would have problems. So I don't know if the banks did have problems and they're not reporting it, or the banks will have problems in a few weeks. I'm not sure, but they're, all I know is I'm glad I don't have any money in the bank, and I'm glad I don't have any money in Wall Street. And it's just a Ponzi scheme. So keep that. I hope you watched the Attack on Wall Street one I did yesterday morning. But it really shows you we don't give a fuck about the customer. We only care about our firm, and we're just in it for the commissions. That's what Home Alone guy was saying. And that's really the whole Ponzi scheme on Wall Street, why I don't want you in it, because that's how they think. All we care about is our firm. We don't give a fuck about the customer. All we want from the customer is his commissions. This is why we don't tell the customer to buy gold, because there's no commissions in gold. And that's it. I mean, if you just watch that little 5-minute, 10-minute thing I showed, that's it. That's why I don't want you in it. It's a fucking Ponzi scheme. At least with Madoff, you knew you were in a Ponzi scheme, but he paid you. I mean, the thing with Madoff, you gave him 50 grand. He gave you $1,000 a month or whatever it was. He gave you 15% a month. And if he would have been smart and been with the Fed and they would have printed money for him, he wouldn't have had to keep getting new money in. The thing would have never stopped. It only stopped because of the 2008 stuff, but because people needed their money and they said, "Well, I need my money. I gotta get out." Otherwise, that it's still going on. The thing would have never ended because people were getting money in. Anyway, so very happy. Silver looks like it's closing at 25, and gold's back to 21.70. And really, the thing with gold is, China's going to, if you keep derivating it down to 21.50, China's going to take delivery of it. That's why it's broken, because they can't, there's only so much gold left in comex. And therefore, if they keep making this play of getting it to 21, shorting it down, there's China waiting and India going, okay, we want it. We want to take delivery of it. What are you going to do? Ignore Xi? Yeah, you'll end up in a box. So they have to give China and India the gold. So there's less incentive to short it, even though you don't want the dollar to go out. But if you keep shorting it, you got China and India going, thank you, we'll take it at 21.50. So I think gold is on its way, and then silver soon to follow. They're not doing it with silver yet, but it's starting to get to the point where all these producers, all the suppliers want the silver, and they don't want to sell it to them at 25. They want to sell it to them at 100 or whatever. They realize 25 is too small, so they're going to want to start selling them higher. And so here we go is right. And Bitcoin, I wouldn't trust. Anything to do with BlackRock and Bitcoin, you want to party with them. It looks good now, but we'll talk in a month and we'll see if it's at 20,000, because they'll get out, right? They're the ones pushing the price up, Vanguard and BlackRock, and they're not stupid. They're going to say, oh, okay, let's get out. Let's take our profit and watch it go all the way down. And people are too stupid to take their profit. I mean, it's just like blackjack. You get up $1,000, you quit, man. What do you think? You're just going to keep winning and winning and winning and never losing? It doesn't really, gambling doesn't work that way, as we all know far too well. Red doesn't keep hitting. The banker doesn't keep hitting. The 7 always hits at the crap table eventually. You can't be that stupid and naive to believe that doesn't happen. So anyway, our metals are looking good, and they're safe. We have no risk in the portfolio. And I showed Bobby the kangaroo today. So we have diversified our portfolio into Cougaran, Maple Leaf, Eagle, and now kangaroo. So and then the 1% of our portfolio is in Mahomes. That's how you diversify a portfolio with zero risk. I have risk. I have no risk. Where's my risk? Stocks, I have risk. Bitcoin, I got risk. Gold, I have no risk. Silver Eagle selling at 32 on SD Bullion. All right, well, let's go to eBay. Let's see, we got 2502 and 2175. So you go to SD Bullion. I'm going to go to eBay. Bobby, you still there? I want to show you this card, Bobby. You still there, Bobby Bo? All right, here's a Mahomes card. 10, it's a rookie card. There's only 10 of them. And this guy's doing them for 500 grand. And he raised the Brady card to 7.5 million. I think it was just 7 million. 7.5 million for a 10 count Brady rookie. There's only 10 of these. There's only 10 of these. And this is what we talk about. You print the money. If you just left it alone, the money would have more value. But because you print the money to death, look what happens. No value. A 10 count value. A million count, no value. All right. Silver. 33.78 for a Buffalo round. This is on eBay. This is some store. Let's see what store it is. Bullion Express. So this is Bullion Express. 33.78, free shipping. And then quantities, 33.70. You buy 2, 33.10. You buy 3, 32.77. You buy 7, 32.09. So pretty good deal. 33.78 Bullion Express. A Buffalo, and that's what I have. A bunch of these. These are not the dollar per se. Now, if we look at gold, so 1/10 of an ounce Eagle, 253. The 1/10 of an ounce Maple Leaf, 246. And then we get to the quarter ounces, should be 600. They're still holding at 590, but I think these are a little bit older auctions. We start page 2 with Montana at 125 and Jordan at 500,000 for their rookie cards. And we got the 1 ouncers, Maple Leaf 22.59, Cougaran 22.52, and Liberty. See, it's funny on eBay, they're all within $10. You go to the coin store, this is 22.75, and the Cougaran's like 22.20. This is like 22.30 or something. So this is the most here, but everybody here wants the US, not necessarily the Cougaran. They're worried it's not 999, but it's 1 ounce of gold. It doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be 999. And our Mantle still 60,000. So here's a different Mahomes card. 50,000 for a, I don't know if these are 10 count. I don't think these are 10. Gem Mint 10, Gold Mojo. Yeah, these are out of 10. So I wonder why this is only 50,000. This must not be a rookie card. 2017. This is a steal. If you can get a 10 count Mahomes card for $50,000, it's a rookie card, and that other card's 500,000. Wow. Yeah, it says it's hard to read, but right there, out of 10. 7 out of 10 and 8 out of 10. So, yeah, I mean, that's 49. Something doesn't make sense. That's 50,000 and the other one's 500,000. I mean, it is Mahomes. He's already got the 3 Super Bowls. My quarter ounce gold 616, I paid $550 for it 2 weeks ago. And our Jerry Rice 75,000. So if you want to sell your gold now, I would not go to the store and get spot. You can go on eBay, and yet the problem is I think you get $10.99 or something. And as long as it's over 500, there's no tax. I wouldn't sell it that for an ounce, but that's what you're looking at is so like an ounce. I go to my guy. He's going to be 21.78. I can go here. I can sell it for 22.60, so I can make an extra $80-$90. Now, once it hits 10 grand, it won't really matter. I'll probably go to my store, but that's it. I like those U.S. American Eagles. Yeah, they're pretty nice. They'll always be valued more here. Yeah, but I'm thinking if we're in Switzerland, they don't give a fuck. A 1 ounce is a 1 ounce, and Swiss doesn't make they make bars, but they don't make coins for some reason. We have to ask Egon. We need dinner with Egon, and we'll have to ask him, where's your Swiss gold coins? They got the refiner, so when China wants to take their gold and refine it, they go to Switzerland. But Switzerland apparently doesn't have their own gold, so they don't make Swiss coins like the Cougaran or the Maple Leaf or the U.S. These are our golds. But he's got the big vault. There's one of my shows. He's got the vault that he goes down like an elevator for 10 minutes, and it's all you could hit a nuclear bomb and your gold would be safe. But you need like $5 million to join the club. But see, his idea, Egon's, is it's safe. It's safety. We know the dollar's not backed by gold. They're all going to go out. See, he keeps it simple like I do. It's going to zero because it's not backed by anything. Therefore, we buy gold because there's no other currency to go to. So if this would have been backed by gold, he might have bought euros. But this isn't backed by anything either. None of it is. So all the paper shit is not backed by gold. So you buy gold. Now, the Zimbabwe dollar is backed by gold. I think I showed you that article. So that's something to remember. But he doesn't even look at the paper price. He says, well, I know the governments are going to fuck it up and they're going to print it to zero. And then my gold will go up. So that's all. He doesn't look at the day to day. I do just for you guys. But that's a very important figure for silver, 25. So tomorrow we pray it goes 25.50. Then Katie bar the door, it'll go to 30. That's a Keith Jackson football expression. It'll go to 30, and then we'll really see it. People will, I better take my profit and go back I want to go back on the boat. Let me sell my silver and hit 30 and go back on the boat. Hey, God, this is what we're dealing with, idiots. That's the problem with gold. So everybody gets on Bitcoin thinking, oh, good. I don't have to know anything. I don't have to do anything, and the price just goes up. So I will never sell it because I'm too stupid to sell it. I don't know what it is or what to do with it. They'll always be valued more than I am. Okay. So that's really what's going on. So as the prices are going up, according to the guy's store, people are selling their gold. now they'll start selling their silver because of where they bought it at. But I think you got to be kidding me. Why do I want to get back on the Titanic? I don't. Well, that's our logic. We understand that. These people that don't. These people that are selling their gold at 2170 or whatever have no clue that the money they just got's worthless, right? And the only thing is, because the restaurants and the grocery stores and you can pay mortgage and pay your utilities with the money, as long as I can keep doing that, you think this has value. They have to accept that that's the law, is this is government money that says you must accept it. Who was I talking? I was at the barbecue store talking to the owner, my buddy, and he says I should put up a sign that I accept gold and silver for the dinners. I said, absolutely. I don't know about gold, because even a tenth of an ounce is $250. I mean, how much? I guess you can take it, but at least silver's now $25, $30. So you could have a meal with silver and you would take it and put it in your pocket, and you never have to pay tax on it. I do that when I'm in Amsterdam with the girls. I'll tell them like they are understanding. I go, well, you should really, instead of taking euros, take silver. Take 2 ounces of silver instead of the $50 in euros. Some of them get it. Some of them do get it and go, really? I should do that? I go, yeah, absolutely. Why wouldn't you take silver at 25 an ounce? You got to be kidding. So good news coming. As we can see, it's doing what it's supposed to be doing. And the question is, I think I'd still buy more. I think you have to keep buying. I don't know why you wouldn't buy. If you had the money, you should just keep buying it, because it's 25 an ounce for silver. You can get for $27, $28 at my store. You still get it. The gold, he really hasn't changed the price. He's still $5.50 and a quarter ounce of gold on Friday, and gold's already $21.70. He's still $5.50, and I'm like shaking my head. And well, there's not demand for the kangaroo, and I'm like, are you insane? I mean, you'd never have any, so how can you say that? I can't sell it. I come every week. I never see a kangaroo. I saw one kangaroo, a half ounce. I bought it. Anyway, so all we can do is just wait, but we can see the train. We can see it starting, and that's really the important stuff. So I think that's about it. Just ignore whatever the government says, whatever Powell says. The other thing is the inflation. Why is it a 1-year thing and not a 5-year thing? You know, as I said, my Canadian club, let's say 5 years ago was $20 and now it's 75, and it was 75 last year. Oh, inflation's fixed because now it's 75 last year and 75 this year. No, look at the 20 to the 75. That's what you need to look at, and that might mean, and you got to go back 3 or 4 years to get the accurate price on inflation. But that's so you can't get scammed. You've got to understand inflation's 20. Just assume 20%. They're going to keep printing. They got to pay the debt. 35 trillion is 1 trillion a quarter. Keep just understanding. They print the money. It makes it worth less. That's all you need to know. You don't need this velocity crap. You don't need it's wage inflation. It's turkey inflation. No, that's just the money. That's the inflation. It's only the money. That's it. And everything else has got nothing to do with inflation. You're not printing wages. You're not printing turkeys. you're just printing dollars. So when they do that, it just tune out. It's just so stupid. But anyway, that's what's going on. Anything else? So a good day so far. And we'll go and off we go. So I think all is good. Quiet day at the pool today. There was nobody there. I got some idiot lifeguard. So I'm in the hot tub and I go under, I go underwater for 5 seconds. And she says, well, you're not supposed to go underwater. Like put your face underwater. And I'm just like, this is what you're worried about? Like they're worried that you would have a stroke if you put your head under hot water. And I'm like, yeah, for 20 minutes, not for all of boom, boom, all of 5 seconds. And I hate that one lifeguard. You're not supposed to. And I'm going, well, you're not supposed to have 8-year-old kids in the hot tub either, but you guys don't kick them out. Like, there's nobody here. Why do you want to fuck with me? So I just, it's just, I shake my head, but I was stoic. I didn't like get on her. I just said, okay, and walked out. Like, I'll do it tomorrow. I'll suck my head every day, but I'll just say, okay, thank you. Anyway, anything else? Bobby, where'd you disappear to? But Luke came on, Bobby went. So is Bobby and Luke the same person? Because you can't, it's like Batman and Bruce Wayne. You can't see them at the same time. Just kidding, guys. So anything else before we bid adieu? Well, I think it's what I was trying to explain yesterday. It's the animal instinct. It's the survival instinct inside of us, right? Once we see the boat sinking, everybody runs for survival to get on the boats to stay alive. It's that animal instinct. And that's what it'll take when people start recognizing that they're fucked in their money and that silver's going up. They won't want to miss it. So as silver goes up, so it goes to 30 and then it goes to 35. People will go, okay, that's high enough. And then it'll keep going. And then people will get that nervous panic of missing out. Because that's the problem. When you don't know, you don't want to have that. Your instinct takes over of your survival instinct, and you're gonna panic and go, I gotta, it's like us. I want to go buy more silver before it hits 30, right? So I'm survival instincts taking over, going, let's go buy. I did that Friday. As soon as I saw Mark McGuire's show, I immediately ran and bought the gold and the silver, going, okay, here comes silver. And it didn't happen yet. Now it jumped to 23, then 4, now 25. So once we see that it's like, once it goes to 30 and then 35, I think you'll see 60 very quickly. I think it's going to get stuck at 50 because people won't realize that's paper gold and we're talking physical, or paper silver, we're talking physical. So they don't understand that concept. And when they interview these guys, the Rick Rudes and the Andy Scheckmans, well, the Fed's doing this and the Fed's doing that, and interest rates are this and that, and it's a soft landing, and basically they have no idea that comex is gone for gold, and now the silver, it's getting gone for silver. So once that frenzy of being afraid to not buy it, oh my God, why is it jumping up? I should buy some, and that'll be the frenzy. And that's when it goes to 60. So it'll probably go to 35 pretty quick. Stick around there, then go up to 45, and then even up to 50. It's going to have a battle at 50 because it's never been over 50. And once it breaks that 50, then you'll see 60 and 70 real quick. Bobby Bow, where have you been, Bobby Bow? Twitter blowing up on silver. What does that mean, Luke? Twitter blowing up on silver. Is Twitter, what does Twitter have to do with silver? They're all excited it's a 25. All the idiots from Twitter land. So we do see Bobby and Luke on at the same time. I thought it was like Batman and Bruce Wayne, Bobby. I thought you were Batman and Luke was Bruce Wayne, and you can never see them on at the same time. Actually, I want to watch that Batman movie. It ends on the first off of Netflix. It's on Netflix now. And then I was reading the second one, which I am looking, the Joker's in that one. And it's now moved back from 2025 to 2026. Like, give me a fucking break. All the strikes and everything. It's terrible. Good question. What you think, Professor? You think silver can get to, well, what do I tell you, Bobby? 2000. I went to go check on my steak and got sidetracked, but came, okay. First steak I've had in a while. How are you feeling? Did you ever get that pain out of your back or side or whatever? I know you did. Did you do anything for it or what? New York strip, that's very nice. I'm having chicken. I've already cooked the chicken. It's like I took 5 chicken breasts and I cut them up and I put them in the frying pan. I put my French dressing and olive oil and lemon, mixed it all in, and my seasonings. And so now I take like 4 or 5 of them, put it on a salad. That was lunch. These I'm going to put in my omelet instead of my hamburger. I'm going to have a chicken omelet. Tasty. Yeah, knock on wood, but I haven't too much pain on the side. Well, that's good, Bobby. It could have been what you ate gets stuck, and you got to poop it out or whatever. Daria was having trouble with her neck, but now that's better. Her hand was bothering her, and they determined it was her neck that was making her hand hurt. And so she had some exercises and some stuff, and then now she's okay, she says. So I'm like, okay. So I think we're meeting in June, possibly June, July in Serbia, because it's either that or Turkey, or can I go to St. Pete? I'm not sure, but I think she wants to go on a vacation with just me. The daughter won't go. And I was in the pool, and some guy said Russians can go to Serbia. So I looked at Serbia, and it doesn't really look too bad, not any worse than Turkey. And inflation's not too bad there, but the dollar goes a long way, so it'll be a nice vacation. So that I'm shooting for June. I like to go as early as possible. Well, her mother's going to fly the mother lives here to take care of the daughter. So the mother will be with the daughter while me and Daria will be on vacation. How often do I have steak? Well, put it this way. I'll have a roast, and then when I interchange it, I'll have a steak or the ribs. I can get like the little ribs, but I only get the beef ribs. I tried the pork ribs. Oh, they were terrible. So I'll get ribs once in a while, steak maybe every other week. If I see them for sometimes they're $10 a pound, I get them. If they're 15, 16, I just go to the hamburger or the roast for $7 a pound and go, what's the difference? I mean, with the roast, I got to put it in the oven for 70 minutes. Hamburgers, I can cook any way I want. And then I tried cooking them in the frying pan. The chicken comes out great. The problem with the hamburger is the fat kind of goes, and you don't have a way to differentiate the fat out. When you're broiling the hamburger, the fat kind of comes out, and then you're just left with the hamburger. So you've got to make it like Sloppy Joe's. If you make the hamburger, you gotta hit it and then drain the fat, and then then you can put it in the frying pan. But it doesn't work the same because the fat drains in and it kills the taste. So it's not good to fry the burgers. unless you somehow get rid of the fat. Cooked it medium rare and came out real good. So did you broil? Did you put it on the barbecue? Yeah, that's how you should do it. Everybody talking about it on Twitter. Silver. Did you tell him the professor says $100 gold or silver? Where you and Daria are meeting again? I think Serbia. It's near Hungary. It's still Eastern Europe, but it's supposedly nice. My friend in the pool, who I don't see often, who's in Europe a lot, says that it's built up nice and it's a nice place to go, especially because Daria, I can't take her to Switzerland. She can't get there because being Russian, she can't go to NATO countries. So Serbia's not. Luke, you, me, and Bobby Capital Grille steaks when silver hits 60. Bobby pays. Okay. Sounds good to me. Capital Grille. I love Capital Grille. We'll fly to Tampa. Wherever Bobby wants us. Yeah, they got one out here at the International Plaza Mall. There's one here in Troy, which is the ritzy part of where I live. Haven't been there in a while. I can't imagine what the prices are now. But yeah, that's good. I always struggle. Like I eat the Chinese and I more or less go to the grocery store and get steaks or roast and chicken and fish and cook it. I'm getting crazy with the cooking all the time. I mean, I'll cook 5 chicken breasts. Oh, it'll last me 3 days. Oh, now I got to pull a roast out or a steak or a hamburger or salmon out and cook that. And I'm going crazy. But it's hard to eat out. They cook it so bad. And anyway, yeah, we'll fly to Tampa. We can see maybe Ric Flair will join us or the Hulkster. You think you can get those guys, Derek Jeter? They're going to join us? That'd be interesting. Dinner with Ric Flair and Bobby and Luke and me. He'd be wooing all over that restaurant. And we'd be stoic. Like, Rick, try being stoic, Come on, man. I don't know if Ric Flair could be stoic. He needs people. He needs the treat, needs the women. I honestly don't know if he could just be stoic. Marcus Aurelius Flair. That would be funny. So what's Twitter saying about, are they freaking out? Do they understand it's paper? I doubt it. But I don't know. I don't go on Twitter that often. I go to post my football picks, tell them I got locks. That's about it. Not much else. I'm off of Facebook. Really don't get on Instagram much. And really the only thing I'm on a lot that's social is WhatsApp for Jenna and Daria. I mean, that's really it. Irina's still alive. I was worried about her. She had the baby and she was in the hospital with COVID. Her and the baby are in the hospital with COVID. She can't use her cell phone often. So I go, how do you feel now? Are you out? I didn't hear from her for like 2 or 3 weeks. And I'm thinking, it's not like her to miss my birthday. Maybe she's dead. I mean, I don't know. So she texted me on the 13th and she says, happy birthday. I said, well, it was the 7th, but I'll take it. So I'm glad she's okay. That's the problem with these girls in Europe. I mean, if you don't hear the WhatsApp, that's why I get nervous when I don't hear from Daria for 5 days. Who the fuck knows? She lives in Russia. Anything can happen to her. But anyway, so that's the news there. So all we can do is just watch. I will bet Bitcoin will be under 50 soon because BlackRock and Vanguard are going to fuck everybody just like they do. We don't care about the customers. Fuck them all. We just got to make sure our company is good. Do they have an incentive to keep raising it? Are they that stupid not to buy gold and silver, which apparently they are? I don't know these rich guys have any gold. But Warren Buffett and Gates, and I doubt these guys have any gold. They think they have all this money and they think they're fine. I got $2 billion. Yeah, it's dollars. So you don't have anything. And imagine all the money they could make if they bought gold, but they're too fucking stupid to. So that's why when everybody, Warren Buffett said this, the guy's a fucking idiot. He doesn't know anything about gold or silver. So why would I listen to him? Bobby Bo, yeah, most of these social media platforms are just full of a bunch of insecure people smiling and looking for attention. Yeah, they want the likes. They post a picture that screams, please like me and think I'm cool. Yeah, or the porn star girls like Kenzie, and it's just a scam. It's not even them. Oh, I'm really Kenzie. Send me money. That's the other problem is the porn girls who want to scam you. And then some of the guys will give them money. Oh, I'm talking to Kenzie. She kept bugging me. Oh, I'm in town. Yeah, where? I go, okay, let's meet and I'll give you the $400. She won't do it. Yeah, okay. Yeah, you're real. As I talk to Daria and Jenna every day. Amazing. Technical charts breaking out from 15-year downtrend, blah, blah. And how do you use a technical trend? Well, no, right here's the best place. How do you do a technical trend on paper gold or paper silver? It's insane. It doesn't matter because it's been manipulated on paper. You can't use a technical trend because it's never been free market. This is what happened. And you look in football, what do? I can't even use technical trends anymore because so many variables because the players and the coaches switch teams so often. What am I supposed to do? Oakland's going to get a new quarterback. They got a new coach. How the fuck do you trend them? They don't have Kenny Stabler anymore. So you can't trend them. Pittsburgh's got Russell Wilson. How do you trend them? Denver doesn't have Russell Wilson. How do you trend them? You can't trend any of them. How the hell are you supposed to trend silver when you have no fucking idea? All the variables of 2000, you want to use 2008 as an example. All the variables have changed. You can't use 2008 trends to trend now. But these people are like Mike Maloney and these guys and Andy Scheckman, they're fucking clueless. They don't even understand what the technical trend is and that you can't use it because the variables have all changed. The Bears, Fields ain't the quarterback anymore. It's Caleb. Okay, now how do you trend Caleb? You fucking can't because you have no idea what he's done on the Bears before. Bobby Bo, I actually have more respect for Tuesday only fans, girls, because at least they getting paid, but not the other random people just posting just to post for attention. Yeah, these OnlyFans girls. I mean, what is that? Luke, Professor, how about dating a girl in the U.S.? Never. Then maybe you'll start buying eagles. You see the girls in Russia and Amsterdam. I'm sure you've been to Amsterdam. You see those girls, the German girls, the Russian girls, Ukrainian girls. And then you look at the U.S. girls. How do you date the U.S. girls? Bobby, when is silver going to hit 2,000? Very soon, Bobby. As soon as they announce the gold-backed currency, silver is going to be 1/10 of gold, and gold will be at least 10,000 at that point. Will any of you guys sell silver at 50, or will you wait for 1,000? I wouldn't sell it for 50. Well, the first pick is the Bears, so I think there's some USC guy on the Bears, so he's probably going to the Bears. to go along with Mitch Trubisky and Pickett and Fields, all the wonderful selections they make. I could sell. I got a Michael Jordan Highland Mint silver coin. I could get 100 for, but why would I sell it now? I wouldn't sell anything at 50. I don't know that I'm going to wait for 1,000, but really what I want to do, Bobby, is, and Luke can really, Luke's got 1 million of them, is when it goes to 10-1, right? So let's say gold's 10,000, silver's 1,000. You take 10 silver and you sell it to buy the gold. So the gold he paid $25 an ounce for, he can get $10,000 gold. So for the $250 you spent on 10 ounces, he can turn it into 10,000. You tell me what investment allows that. So that's my goal, I believe, mostly is to turn my 10 silvers into an ounce of gold. I don't know. All this barter stuff is just stupid. You're not going to need barter. They'll have change for your, as you go to the grocery store, you got an ounce of silver. It'll be valued at $1,000. They'll have change. They'll have nickel, dime, quarter, half silver coins. And so you'll change your 1 ounce of silver and you'll be able to use all these others. And or you'll take your silver to the bank and then use your debit card, which instead of being $1,000 is now 1,000 silver dollars, and you use that at the grocery store. Eggs will be, 10 a silver dime, right? A silver mercury dime will buy you eggs, and it probably won't be that expensive. But once you get back to real money, and this is my point, Pepsi in 1971 was a dime for a can, and a bread was a quarter. So the bread goes from a quarter for a loaf to now it's $3. So we will go back to those prices. So Pepsi will be a dime for a can. Let's say bread's now a quarter, right? Because that's what it really was under the gold standard. Bread was a quarter in 1971. So now you go to the grocery store and it'll be a quarter, which will be, I don't even know if a silver quarter would probably be, because if it's 1,000 an ounce, then what's a quarter a quarter ounce is $250. So I don't know how they're going to come up with pricing, because silver will get too high. It's going to be like silver pennies or whatever. They'll be worth $10 each. I mean, I don't know how we go. I think you'll have to use the debit card at the grocery store, and it'll be $3, 3 silver dollars for your full cart of groceries, steaks included. A steak will be a quarter, a silver quarter. And then I think you'll just have 1,000 silver dollars in your account, and you'll use 30 of them to go get your groceries. I think that's the only way it can happen, because you're going to have to reprice everything. So this is going to be a real bitch. But if they come out with money that is not backed by gold, it's worthless. So at the end of the day, this is gone. Gold and silver are to the moon. And then they come out with a new one of these that's not backed by gold or silver, because the U.S. doesn't have any gold or silver. Now I don't know. I would bet J.P. Morgan, and the 4 bullion banks are J.P. Morgan and Citibank and Bank of America, and who was the fourth one? J.P. Morgan, Citi, Bank of America, and let's say Chase, but I don't think Chase was the one. But I know it's J.P. Morgan, Citi, Bank of America. So if they're bullion banks, they probably have gold and silver. Like Russia, it's not all central bank. It's Putin's backyard and swimming pool that probably has 20,000 tons of gold. So from that standpoint, will that get us our gold-backed currency, not the Fed? Because the Fed has no gold. I doubt they have any silver. So is that where we're going to get it from? JP Morgan and Citi and Bank of America. Not sure, but that could be it. How do they not have gold if they're bullion banks, right? We will see. You don't sell ever, only little bits at a time. Silver, gold about to continuously grow over the next decade. World is turning to sound money, not any more of this irresponsible printing. Everyone has had it. I agree with you, Luke, of course. The Titanic is on its way down. Well, and we're in the lifeboat going, look at the right, look how far in the water it is. What do you think, Bobby? And look at that guy. He just jumped off the boat. Should we help him? Nah. No, we don't have room. We got too much gold in our lifeboat. Especially your favorite Bitcoin now at 73. Oh, that's fine. I don't care. I don't own it. I don't want to own it. I could tell you there's some stock that's worth, well, look at the Warren Buffett stock. What is that one? I can't remember. Or Berkshire Hathaway, I think. He's got one stock that, that's probably 50, 60,000. I don't give a fuck. You watch. You keep telling me soon it'll be 63 and then 53. And Larry Fink will have the last laugh, right? You want to trust him, be my guest. Well, I think, like Luke's saying, I don't want to sell it. Like, I don't understand these guys at that guy's store. They're selling gold at $21.60. And then what are they doing with it? They're going back on the boat. We want to get off the boat. My earliest selling it is going to be when there's a new boat, and we'll see what it is, and it better be backed by gold. So if I have to go to Russia and get golden back rubles with Daria, then I'm going to do that ahead of getting. I don't want to be back in this. So the only reason is if I need some money, I need cash, then I might sell it to pay a bill, let's say. But that's it. I'm not going to. That's why I keep some cash, so I don't have to sell it for cash. Dow and S&P flat. Yeah, they're too stupid. They're in stocks. We are in here. There you go, Bobby. What's up with... What's that, Bobby? Green Goblin or what? Can't wait to see the stock market fall when gold and silver crank and gold miners. What is that? Is that the Green Goblin or what, Bobby? What's up with? Oh, alligator. Okay. Yeah, I was looking at it as a face. Well, he keeps saying it's not gold going up, it's money going down. He's delirious. That's like saying it's not Mahomes' card going up, it's money going down. No, it is Mahomes' card going up. I mean, he doesn't know economics. I mean, that's a simple Adam Smith. I mean, if there's more demand for the product in a free market, the price goes up. Got nothing to do with the currency. So I don't really get what Alligator's talking about, but he'll probably make his appearance this weekend or something. I haven't seen him in a while. And then when he's on like every show saying the same thing. Yeah, sometimes the little alligator comes up when I type the name alligator. Well, it is cute now that I see because it looks like it's a hat. The tail looks like a hat going down and almost like he's on a broom. But when you look at it from the nose being the nose, then the tail's in the back, then it makes sense. But I like the color. It's a nice green. Yeah, well, what'll happen with the stock market is once the light goes on and people realize the money's worthless. And I was listening to somebody today and they said, well, what happens is the nobody will buy the U.S.'s debt but the U.S., and then people will realize nobody wants the money, and that's when the money crashes. That's because think about it. So you got guys in Italy. The Italy mafia has, $1 billion in stock in the U.S. and for safe haven because they trust the U.S. dollar. Now, what do? They want to get out of the U.S. dollar because they start to realize the U.S. dollar is not worth anything, and they'll sell their whole $1 billion, bring it back to Italy, and then hopefully buy gold with it. They'll realize that the U.S. isn't worth. So as soon as people start realizing the U.S. dollar is gone and has no value, then they get out of it. But right now they still, it's the reserve currency, whatever that means. And so they won't, because the euros know better. That's the problem. All the currencies suck. Actually, my favorite is Zimbabwe. I think maybe I should take Daria there, and we can let's see, the Zimmers. There you go, Zimbabwe. Gold-backed currency. You got to love it. February 13th. Kind of makes you want to go to Zimbabwe. They figured it out. Zimbabwe figures it out. We can't figure it out. Zimbabwe figures it out. Holds local currency. See, their currency has become worthless since its introduction. And then Zimbabwe's government said Monday it's introducing a gold-backed currency to replace the country's worthless dollar. That's where we're headed, right? But Zimbabwe's smarter than we are because they're already there. And I'm happy that the Zimbabwe president didn't get killed like Gaddafi and Saddam Hussein, who wanted gold-backed. Gaddafi wanted to make all of Africa gold-backed currency, and the U.S. killed him. What a country we live in, right? Oh, my God. What the fuck are you doing? So Africa would have been the best country with the gold-backed currency. So it's a simple thing like that. Your currency, if you fuck your currency up, the country's gone. But if you have gold-backed currency, the country's popular. It's the best. So they are on a gold-backed currency. Good for them. But that's where we're headed. There's a lot of countries. Turkey's got high inflation. Venezuela, Argentina, Brazil, Sri Lanka, Greece, Pakistan, all these countries with heavy inflation, all their dollars are worthless. You're in Venezuela, it's like 10,000 Venezuela for a drink of water. I mean, I don't know how they live there because you can't eat a normal life because it takes so much. That's why you need the gold because it holds the value. Because when they fuck the currency up as they've done, I guarantee in Venezuela, I'm sure they got gold, the leaders. By the way, you still see any of the communists at the pool? I haven't seen the communists, but I've been going early. So if you notice, I go at like 10, 11 o'clock, go to the pool, and then I teach. Where before I used to work all day and then go to the pool at night. So I haven't seen the communist in a while. He's probably got Joe Stalin records on or something. Luke, the world is waking up and wants sound money. I believe you're right, but I don't believe they know what sound money is. So that's why they're like all into Bitcoin without realizing Bitcoin's not sound money. That's the problem with Bitcoin. It's not money, and it's not backed by anything. There's no difference between this and Bitcoin because this is not backed by anything either. And if you want to say 21 million is limited, that's why I show you. You want to see limited 50 count. That's limited. That's why you buy gold, but they don't know that. So people will now go to Bitcoin and lose everything because that's not backed by anything, especially when the dollar goes out and Bitcoin's valued in dollars. Now, what's a Bitcoin worth? So Bitcoin could be $100,000. The dollar goes out. What's the value of Bitcoin? Zero, because it can't be its own currency like gold can. Gold can then just be worth whatever it can buy. Oh, it can buy a nice house. But Bitcoin, there is no such thing as a Bitcoin. I mean, it's not, there's no coin. And what do you value it at? So right now you've got it valued in dollars, but gold I can value in gold, but Bitcoin I can't. That's the thing. So yes. Well, when I went to Berlin with Jenna, we talked to Natasha, her friend, and that other girl. I think her name was Anastasia. And they knew gold. Natasha was worried. She said, I don't have money to buy it. And I said, well, I said I would have, had I known, I would have brought you one too. Because I brought, when I met Jenna, I gave her 2 quarter ounces. I've already given her half ounces. So it's like, okay, 2 quarter ounces for you. And they were like $600 a quarter ounce. That was $1,200. And, I told Jenna, had I known, I would have brought one for Natasha. But the other girl had gold. She knew about that. So the Ukrainians know about gold, and I believe the Russians do. Daria knows about gold. So, and then the Germans, I think I was talking to a cab driver, and he knew about gold too. The cab drivers know everything. So a lot of people understand gold. I think there's a value added tax, a VAT in Germany on, if I were to buy silver there or gold, I think there's a VAT. So it's like 20% tax on it. So they know it's worth something. Jenna has gold. She has gold and silver. I gave her like one of those white ones. I gave her half, so 10 ounces of silver, and I threw in a few gold, like quarters. I give her a lot of quarters because they're worth 600 a piece. And I told her gold's going up. It's 21.80, and she's now getting excited. She's like, okay, yeah, you're smart. Yeah. Before she thought I was an idiot going, well, we all use paper. What do you need gold for? And now she's starting, the light's going on, going, now I get what he was doing. Have I been? No, I didn't go to the casino. I was going to go play poker for my birthday, and I said, I'd rather buy gold and silver. I can't lose with gold and silver, but I can lose playing poker. If I have aces and some guy gets a set of fives, I lose. So I said, I don't want to, and then to drive all the way down there. And I just, I thought, you know what? And I had the interview Friday. And I said, no, I was thinking of maybe going Monday, but I don't need to go to the casino, play poker, maybe. But usually I'll quit. Let's say I get up 150, I'll quit. And I'm thinking, I'm not working, and I'd rather buy gold and silver with the 300. That'll turn into a 3,000. So I do that instead. But I have more fun doing that. But no, I go to MGM usually downtown. But it's a pain, so much construction, and I don't know. I'm just not in the mood. But it's it's good. I watch in case somebody's eating Oreo cookies that I know I'm beat. What a tell. That movie Rounders, here you got Matt Damon trying to be a professional, can't read, the guy eating Oreo cookies is a tell. Then he tells him to tell was this guy. All you had to do was play the next 10 hands, and if he ate the cookie, fold, and if he didn't eat the cookie, make a big bet, and that would be it. You'd take all his money in 10 hands. What are you telling him his tell for? What am I watching tonight? That movie, The Gambler, with James Caan, 1974, is on, I believe, Pluto. I found it on Pluto, just kind of going through new movies, and there it was. And I'm so excited because I love that movie. I love when they're in Vegas. And I'll tell you, the scene I like the most is when he's in the room after winning all the money at the casino, and you see the Stardust sign light up. It just gives me goosebumps because it's so pretty and colorful, and I miss the Stardust. So that's my favorite scene in the movie. But he's really good in it, and they always make the gambler. If you notice these movies, loses the girlfriend, breaks up with the wife, or there's always this riff that the gambler is going to lose the girlfriend. And they paint the gambler so poorly. And it's like, fuck, I don't lose the girlfriend because I gamble. I mean, I'm going to look for a girlfriend that understands gambling, right? I thought you meant the one with, no, I hate Mark Wahlberg. I hate that guy. So I don't watch any of his movies, but I'll tell you, the one with James Caan is very good. No, I can't watch Mark Wahlberg. Very true, Professor. They always make gamblers and sports bettors seem like losers, lose everything, but that's well. And then in that other movie with Al Pacino, it's the same thing. He loses the wife, and Earl Anthony, it's all he loses, and it's like, put me in one of these movies, right? I'll go 75%, and I got 3 girlfriends, so fuck off, man. Oh God. But they're not stoic, right? That's the problem. They're not these movies, they're a bunch of pussies. They're not stoic at all. Oh yeah, your boy Matt McConaughey. Oh, I hate him. I hate that guy. He was in that one movie, The Wolf on Wall Street. I almost didn't watch it. The first couple of minutes, it's whatchamacallit with Matt McConaughey. And I was going to turn it off. And then Matt McConaughey, that's it. He's just on the first 5 minutes. And then it's back with the other one. But I can't stand that fat kid with the white teeth and smile. I'm like, he bothers me too. So these movies are lame. Luke, Bobby, you getting excited for baseball season? Professor, Jim Leland's still in the scouting stuff in Florida for the Detroit. Yeah, I think he's a consultant. I'm not really that much into base. Football is my thing. Baseball, Verlander, Scherzer, whoever else we can bet on. I might go to a Rays game when it starts. Bobby, you should be playing, not going to the games. I can't believe you're not playing at $20 million. You should be playing football. You can play DB for the money they're paying these idiots. Although not a fan of their stadium. Yeah. Never been a fan of domes. I think it's stupid for baseball. Is it that hot in Tampa they can't play in a regular field? Baseball and football are made for outdoors. I agree. You like PNC Park. What is that? That Philadelphia or Pittsburgh? I like Three River Stadium. I was watching a thing on Franco Harris. It was very interesting. He, how he, like at Penn State, he wasn't even the best running back, and they picked him first, and he did everything. But they showed that immaculate reception, and Jack Tatum definitely hits the ball back to Franco. He definitely catches it in the air. I don't get any of the problems. That should have been an easy touchdown call. How the hell did the ball get all the way back to Franco if Jack Tatum didn't hit it? Like, what the fuck? PNC. I believe it's where the Pirates play now. I love going to college football games. Yeah, college, there's something about it with the things. But they're ruining it with the NIL. I mean, you've got Gabriel going from Oklahoma to Oregon. Not in the NFL draft, mind you. He's going to Oregon to make $1 million. I mean, where are they getting the money from? TV? Like, don't the colleges, as they're charging $100,000 a year for the students, there's a big problem, and colleges are getting way too expensive. That I don't know. If I'm with Daria and her daughter is like 13 now, if she wants to go to college, it ain't going to be in America. We'll take her to Russian college, take her to Putin college. I $100,000. Good luck. You're going to have a student loan for the rest of your life. Well, you played at Three Rivers probably, Bobby. You didn't play at PNC Park, unless they changed the name, or is it a new park? But I like Three Rivers. Walking through the tunnel and seeing the field up close and all the fans decked out in the same colors in the crowd and bank. It's a great, yeah, absolutely. Well, that's the thing at Michigan Stadium. You go on the field there, and I've never been on. I've been close. I think I sat in the 5th row once. Can't see shit, but it's sunk in. So, it's you look up, and it's just huge. I sat in the 5th row at a Michigan Purdue game. They're the worst seats I've ever. You couldn't see over the because it's so low. You're on the same eye. You can't see over the players. And then since the field's not raised, the field's below you. So you're on the 5th row and the field's here, and all the players are like there. You can't see a damn thing. It's the stupidest. Like you think, oh, I'll be in the 5th row. That's great. It ain't great. You're better off in row 30 where you can see over the players, see the field. You can see all the plays develop. But I did that at a Charger game once. We were there for work. So we went to a Charger game, and it was the same thing. It was like we were in like row 10, and you couldn't see shit. I mean, you're too low. So don't get fooled thinking row 5's good. Row 5's good at a concert. Row 5 at a movie's too close, right? So, row 20 is good for everything. Well, they say running out of the Notre Dame tunnel was nice. But, yeah, I would imagine the crowd screaming, that's got to be electric. I agree, Professor. I sat in the 2nd row at LSU and found myself looking at the back of, that right. It's not, you think it's good seats. It's not. You don't want to be like, I'd say 25 and up. I don't, row 2 is not, it's not good at the movies. It's not good at a football game. Maybe at a baseball game, it's good, but not at a football game. Basketball, it's really good because you hear the guys swear. And what's really good is at a hockey game. If you ever get a chance to be row 1 at a hockey game, right at the glass, those are the best seats because you hear the guys swearing, you see them sweating, then you see how fast they go. It's a different game sitting row 1 at a hockey game. I went to a few Red Wing games, and we were like right on row 1, row 2, and it was amazing. Basketball, you see how tall the guys are. You don't realize how tall all of them are. So that's good. But baseball row 2 is good. Football row 2 is no good. Movies row 2 is no good. I like the seats I had at College Station. I had row 50. There you go. Beautiful. Yeah, I sat row 7 at a Lightning game. And it was, try sitting row 1 or 2 at a Lightning game. Then you're really, you can sit in the first 2 rows of a hockey game, like center ice. You got it made. You don't want to be behind the goal because they might hit a slap shot that'll knock you out. But if you're like center ice or on the red lines would be good, or blue lines. Yeah, row 15. That's good. Yeah, I'd say that's about the closest you want to be is 15. Absolutely. 20, 25, you're perfect for football. Because now you're getting up and you can see over the players, and you actually can see the plays develop. You can see what's going on. I don't know is how the quarterback throws the ball. I mean, because I don't know how you can read everything, right? You go back. Is your guy open? Where's the safety, right? So you got to pick up the safety, and your guy's running across the middle, and where's all the defensive backs? It's got to be extremely difficult to throw a 20-yard pass and wonder where the defense is. And we're still sealing Lamar, trying to figure that out, aren't we? Bobby, are you still stacking physical? Well, he's been. It's all under his bed. It's in his mattress, Luke. And Jaden Daniels is making some great throws to the receivers that game too. Would have been a better view at row 15 instead of row 2. Yeah, that's unfortunate. But yeah, that definitely you probably want 20, 25, 30, and you're in really good shape. Yeah, I still got all my silver, Luke. Are you buying more, Bobby? I think that's the question. So Luke says, are you buying more? So I hope you are. Did the family come around yet, Bobby, or are they still thinking you're nuts to buy silver and gold? Yeah, the atmosphere at college is great. Well, the band and the cheerleaders, that's what the NFL doesn't have, is the band and the cheerleaders. Very few teams have the cheerleaders, and then there's no band. Washington Redskins, I think, have a band. The Lions have a song from 1940. The Lions, what a joke. They call me a conspiracy theory when I talk about medals. Well, soon you'll be the king, and they'll be begging you for money. No, that's what I like. You go to a Michigan-Ohio State game, it's like electric. I went to them in the 70s. And you get the chills running down your spine for when the teams are out there, and it's just before they kick and they start. And it's Michigan, it's Ohio. There's just something about it that's just electric. I'm sure all the big games are like that. Yeah, I love college football. It's the best sport. Yeah. Well, hopefully they're not ruining it with this NIL money and everything. And God knows what the playoffs going to look like. You finally got 12 teams, and it's going to be 6 from the Big Ten and 6 from the SEC, and they'll still fuck the Cincinnati's and the Mountain West and the Sun Belt team still going to get fucked. UCF, they'll get fucked. I mean, it should clearly be you win your conference, you're in, and then the next 5 or 6 at-large. I think the top 4 seeds get buys, which is kind of stupid because they're going to play extra games, right? So the team that doesn't get the bye has to then play that first week, the second, the third, and the fourth. where the team with the bye only has to play 3 teams. I don't like it at all. I don't agree with this bye. That's ridiculous. But college is good. This will be so. We'll see what Prime Junior is all about next year, right? Now he's got the second year in, and then watch Prime go coach like the Raiders, and then Prime Junior he drafts as his quarterback. It's the only way he can quarter is go play for his dad. Oh God, that's hysterical. Luke, my gold, silver stock portfolio up 30% in the past 2 weeks. I'll ride it and trade for physical. Well, my point with the stock is when the guys pull their money because they realize the U.S. is worthless. That's what I'm worried about. It's not necessarily now, but it's what's about to happen. And, you know, the key for you is that the gold inventory and silver inventory will go to the moon. That's the key to you, and then that should make the mine more profitable. But you got to worry about everybody pulling their money out of the market because they're going to pull everything. They're not going to say, leave my gold stocks and pull all my Amazon. They're going to take, they want everything out of U.S. dollars. So this will be curious, but good luck on that one. Trade for physical, you mean you got comex? Oh, no, Luke's talking about stocks. So he's got like Newmont Mining. So he's actually got the stock, the gold mine stock is what he's got. So he doesn't have any physical. It's what the mine's worth, what the gold in the mine is worth is what. So he's betting it all go up because gold will go up and the value of the mine will go up, which is very good. But if we didn't have this bullshit with all the Italy mafia pulling their money and getting it out of dollars, that's the problem. Trade for Luke is not. No, Luke's fine. He's just diversifying into some stocks. Wonder what happened to the vampire Grega today. Did you put him on the fill list? No, Greg is fine. I almost did a couple of times, but no, he was on yesterday. I don't know. He goes, where's Bobby? I go, I don't know. I don't keep track of Bobby. Luke, no, Bobby, 25% physical gold, 25% physical silver, 25% gold, silver mine stocks. Where's the other 25%? 8% Bitcoin. That's 78%. No, it's 83%. Where's the rest of it, Luke? In the safe. That's where mine is. I got money in the safe. Bobby Bo, hi, Greg John. Look at it. Greg Johns, was he listening in or what? There he comes. And Bobby he's wondering where you are, like you wonder where he is. There he is, ready to vampire. I wonder what he's going to vampire today. So, Greg and John, you coming to our party at Capitol Grill when silver hits $60 an ounce? I like the miners with gold, silver reserves in the ground. Well, don't they all have gold or silver inventory? I mean, because they're mines, they have some gold and silver as inventory. But yeah. Bobby, you're all my friends, and I'm thankful. Aww. He's adorable. Greg is a good guy, but he needs medals. Where does Greg live? I asked him yesterday. He didn't answer it. Does he live near you, Bobby, in Tampa? Or is he just like vampiring from afar, like in Mexico or somewhere? I heard Mexico wants to join BRICS. Another country that doesn't want anything to do with the U.S. See, nobody wants anything to do with the U.S. it's crashing because nobody wants it. There's no market, and you better hold your gold and silver. He lives near Kenzie. Gregor Johnson, Connecticut. Oh, okay. So how do you know Bobby? Like, you act like you're Bobby's friend. Like he's out on the car, you know his car and stuff. I think he lives near Kenzie. Kenzie's in where? Where is she? She lives in Vegas, I think. But she keeps trying to vampire me with, give me money and I'll meet you. She keeps lying about that she's in Detroit. She'll name a city, and I'm going, there's no hotels there. You're not there. I said, okay, where you at? I'll come pick you up. Oh, I can't tell you that. And I go, that's because you're not in Detroit. Like she acts like she just flew in and she's close to me, but if I give her money, then she'll meet me. And I'm like, yeah, I don't think so. I got a better chance of meeting Daria than meeting Kenzie. Yeah, well, that's exactly where she must have got it from, because she's Kenzie Reeves, Kiana. It's just the perfect fit, but I don't think she's stoic. But yeah, no, Amsterdam. You want to meet some really hot German and Ukrainian and Russian and all these Romanian girls and the red light district. Man, these girls are incredible. You'll like, wow. And it's just 50 euros. That's the beautiful part about it. With the competition, they're all 50 euros. You're getting girls so hot that, like, it's unbelievable. Thank you, Greg and John. I'm awesome. So I don't know where I'm meeting either. Well, I know I'm trying to meet Daria in Serbia, but I don't know where the hell I'm meeting Jenna. But I know we need gold to go up, then I can afford all the vacations. I can just spend a month with them. But anyway, what else, guys? 7 o'clock. You guys eating dinner or what? Well, Luke's going to the Capitol Grill. Bobby's had steak. I got chicken already made. I gotta make an omelet with them. I get about baseball. We'll have baseball. Yeah, I'll go through those. Those are fun. It's mostly ERA, and there's so little talent in baseball. We need Barry and Willie Mays and Mickey Mantle, and without them, it's just like who are these guys? And my thought on this Shatosky guy. He pitches and plays outfield. You either pitch or you play out. Babe Ruth couldn't do both. I mean, I think he should be playing right field, and he can hit 50 home runs. I don't think he should be pitching and playing the field. I think that's absolutely ridiculous. You can't. You need that rest, and he's got to rest because it's his legs that really take the beating. I hope that I'm done eating for today. Well, if you need, just drink water or tea or something. I finished eating about an hour ago, and then I had a protein bar as a snack, so I think I'm done and hope not to get hungry again. Just have water. Occasionally I'll have popcorn kind of at 8 o'clock just to kind of snack on nothing. It's mostly air. Lucas, Bobby, how did you come across Professor? I ran into him at the airport, listening to him behind me talking about gold. Bobby just appeared on here. So I've been doing this for years. You can see my football. I've been doing this for 14 years with handicapping football. Just recently I added gold and economics because nobody knows what the fuck's going on, apparently, except for me. So all of a sudden I see this Bonilla 420. I don't put two and two together. And then he says, I'm Bobby Bonilla. I go, from Pittsburgh? He says, yeah. And I go, okay. So he just, I don't know how he found me as far as the channel, or he was just looking for football picks or something. I don't know. He'll have to answer that one. I believe that I heard Professor talking about college football a while back on a video. He seemed cool and stoic, so I said, what's up? Yeah, see, that's why I do it live. I mean, I picked up one guy the other day, NASCAR or somebody. He came on, and we got, Pedro Martinez, but it's not the real Pedro. Yeah, that's what I get a lot of people. That's why I do it every day. And football, I'm so accurate that you'll see, I'll post, I went 12-1 last weekend. And it should grab people's attention. The problem is it's actually real, and I'm not bullshitting about it. But that's what happens. But being live, then we can talk. That's why I do it live. Then we can talk, and it's a much better class than if I used to do the videos and upload them, but I discovered live. I don't know how. All of a sudden I said, I can do it live. And I said, I'd rather do it live. Well, thank you, Greg and John. I am the best ever, aren't I? I respect how the professor gives his own genuine opinion on it and was passionate about the games, etc. So I thought it was cool. Also, the fact I actually could pick, right, Bobby? That you made money on Mahomes. So the fact I'm passionate, but the fact I actually pick winners. I've always done that. I've always won every year. I always win because I lose possibly the first few weeks, and then I get on fire about week 6 because now I figured out not to bet this team, but to bet that one, and then look out, and then I just hammer them. But see, that's where ranking the teams comes in. Now I know who's the Z teams, but I don't know that in the beginning. After 4 or 5 weeks, I know it. Then eventually turn into economics, women, food, fasting, and so on. Yes. We have some Jewish person here. I can read Hebrew, but I'm glad that in the United States, soccer has become more popular in recent years, and I'm looking forward to the World Cup that be held in the United States. Okay. We're not really big into soccer. We're big into football and some college basketball, pro playoffs, and baseball. Even hockey, I'm not. When Mario Lemieux left, when Bobby Orr left, I kind of checked out. Soccer, I've never gotten into. It really, as a kid, you played football, and I played baseball, and I golfed. So I never got into soccer because you can golf by yourself, and baseball I can throw the ball off a wall, but soccer it's harder. And football you need at least somebody to throw the ball to. But yeah, so believe me, if they can make money off of it, they'll do it. I don't know how much money they're making on soccer. Maybe that's why they're letting all the people in the border is to prop up the soccer viewership because they're all from South America. They'd all be into soccer. I'll tell you, I was talking to a lifeguard about football. I think it was the Michigan game was on or something. And I said, did you see the football? And he said, no, I don't watch football. And he was an American, and I almost drowned. I'm like, how the fuck do you not like football? Who doesn't like football? And I think that's the biggest switch. Like when I was a kid, everybody watched football. And now it's like, they're just on their phones watching TikTok or something, trying to get likes. Oh my God, he likes me. That's my pet peeve. When I listen to some of these YouTube things for gold or economics, they'll sit there, well, make sure you hit the like button and subscribe. Do you ever hear me say that ever? In all the years I've done this, I've never said that. It's up to you. You want to like me and subscribe, do it. If you don't. Be stoic. Do your thing. That's all I ask, is do what you feel like. But I'm not going to sit there. That's why I don't have the advertising, and I don't have. I never asked for that. You do what you feel. I need a woman who won't drive me crazy. Well, you need a stoic woman, Greg and John. But I think you've got to be more stoic, because why does your woman drive you crazy? About what? Are you analyzing her to realize what she's asking for and what she likes and doesn't like? So, for example, Daria went with her friend Katya to the mall in St. Pete, Russia. And she sends me a picture of this outfit. She says, I really love this outfit, but I want to buy it for myself. I said, well, how much is it? She says, it's 5,000 rubles. 5,000 rubles is $50. So I said to her, I'll pay for it. I want to make you happy. $50. Yeah. So I sent her like $75 PayPal. It goes to her sister in the States, but her sister still has a Russian account, sends her the rubles. And so I gave her the money for it was like a skirt and a top. It was real nice. So she's all excited. That's what you do, Greg and John, is you figure out what they like, and then you try to be stoic to them, that you're kind of helpful to them. You're needed or wanted and stuff like that. That's what you got to do. You can't be selfish. You got to do what they want. I'll call him Mr. Rabbi. There will be 48 international teams in the World Cup. There will be a lot of tourists. This is also significant for the economy. Soccer is the most popular sport in the world. Well, I disagree. I think football is, but soccer is not the most popular sport in America. In the world, it's cheap. You get one ball, you can have 20 kids, and they play it. Do they play baseball and football and golf in all these other countries? No. Maybe a little basketball, because all you need is one ball for that. But I doubt they're playing golf in England, but in Scotland, and then they're probably not playing baseball. So it's a cheap game that's what they can play, is soccer or basketball. So that's why it's popular. But here, we're all playing golf and hockey and baseball and tennis, so it's not the most popular here. So that argument kind of is, it's kind of a fake argument, because they don't have the other sports in the rest of the world, except for maybe England and maybe Germany. Richer countries would have that. I'm not hearing any Russian golf leagues or Russian football or anything like that. So that's why, but it's a very cheap sport. One ball goes a long way, and you can have 50 people playing it. So while I hear it, it'll bring in a lot of tourists. This is America. You got more people coming in from the border. Significant for the economy. I'm going to question that too. This economy, I don't think matters that a few people come in for soccer. There'll be people already here rooting for them. Like if the Ukrainians make it, there's a lot of Ukrainians that live here, so they're going to come to play soccer. So understand what you're saying. I don't agree with the psychology. Doesn't make sense. How many people, are really flying to wherever this is? What is this going to be? What city is this in? Let's say, New York? They'll all be scared to death. LA? I mean, good luck going to LA. Vegas, it ain't helping that economy. So this would be curious to see where they. I would think it'd be California. Good luck there. Anyway, but I never liked that argument. It's the most popular game in the world, except for in the U.S., where football is king. I respect all sports, but man, soccer is painful to watch with their 0.5 over-unders. Well, what I don't like about soccer, people say how they run all the time. And I watch soccer, they don't run all the time. Most of the people just stand there because the ball will be in the corner. And then if you watch the other guys, they're just standing there. And then a guy breaks and they try to pass and they kick it, and the goalie, the net's not big enough. It needs to be bigger. And I don't know. I don't get into it. I don't get it. You're betting it's even more alarming, Bobby. 0.5 over that. Seriously, the line on the total on the games are 0.5. Yeah, I remember some games ending 0-0 after overtime. That makes the Raider offense look explosive. Yeah, that was that 3-0 Raider game, right? Well, I mean, is there good defense being played? Probably not. And I get confused because the goalie wears a different color than the rest of the team. Why is he in yellow and the team's in green? What's going on there? And these free kicks and the whole thing, I understand it, but here comes Greg. He's starting a vampire. Yeah, I can't get in there. I wouldn't go to a soccer game. I wouldn't pay to go to a soccer game. I don't have the attention span. I don't like chess because I can't figure out the strategy. If you ever watch chess, what the fuck is the strategy, right? I know I'm trying to get the other guy's king, but I don't understand the strategy of getting to the other, do I put all my bishops on one team and all my rooks over here and you're switching my rook with my king and what's the queen's? What is the strategy of the fucking game? Like in football, I'm going to run a screenplay because I got 9 guys blitzing, and it makes sense. Oh, what the fuck is going on in chess? I mean, I know all I know is I'm trying to get the king, but I have no idea all the bullshit in between to get the king or to play defense or what the hell am I doing? There's this girl who does this real quick thing, and she's saying how good she is. And she plays in 5 minutes, and they're always hitting this clock for some reason, which I don't understand that either. But she's not explaining her game. Why did you make that move? What is the strategy of you making that move? What are you trying to do? She won't explain it. What the fuck would I want to watch your 5-minute game against some con man? Absolutely is ridiculous. So I don't really get it. Soccer scores make the Iowa football offense look like the 2008 pay. But are the soccer scores, if the over-unders were 7, we could tease it and go under 13. Then I could win some money at soccer. Hockey's a good watch. We've already said if you're in row 1, if you're in row 2, hockey's a great watch. Otherwise, I don't know anybody playing anymore. Bobby Orr retired. That's when I left. I remember years back for all the World Cup, I put a bet in for fun and lost on an over-under that was 0.5 or something. Neither team ever scored. I mean, so you know me, right? I'm going to look at the overs. I'm going to look at the offense and defense of the teams. And it looks like half these teams, the total is going to be 0, right? Oh, well, they got good defenses, I guess. Who is the Iowa in soccer? Who's the Georgia? This team gives up 3 goals the whole year. That'd be the Georgia soccer team. Who did Bobby Orr play for? It's ORR, and he played for the Boston Bruins. They had just such an electric team. Because you got to understand, when he played, he started in 67. Defensemen only scored like 10 goals a year and maybe 20 assists. He'd have 5 or 6 years where he had 100 points. He'd score 25, 30 goals and have 60, 70 assists because he'd have a wicked slap shot, and the goalie would save it. It would kick out, and then they'd score, and he'd get the assist for it. But he was a wicked passer, and he was just the fastest skater on the ice. So it was really hard to defend him. It literally ran back and forth across the field for over an hour. And you probably were snoring, right? For over an hour and a half and never scored. I thought it was a complete joke. Never wagered on soccer again. Yeah, I can understand that. I mean, at least in football, when Georgia shuts you out, at least it's exciting. 4th and 1 and they make the stop. Okay, that's fun, but I don't know what the hell soccer is. But I always love when these foreigners start defending soccer. Like they've never watched a football game or college game. They wouldn't know what LSU and Oklahoma mean. And then they want to go, well, it's the most popular game and it's soccer. And you're like, do you know who LSU is? Go watch the Joe Burrow game, and then we'll talk about soccer. That's the thing. When you got a guy like Joe Burrow putting up 45 points a game, you want to watch soccer? After watching Joe Burrow throw to Jason Jefferson and light it up, and you want to tell me about soccer? Go watch a football game, and then you'll never watch soccer again. That's the point. These other countries don't have college football and pro football, and you get a Joe Burrow or Mahomes, he ain't never watching soccer again. That's why I balk at the being number one. Yeah, I think more people watch the Super Bowl than the World Cup, I believe. Yeah, that must be hard to watch. Although the difference is that baseball, you get a 1-0 game in baseball, Sandy Koufax against Bob Gibson. It's not boring, and it's incredible pitching. And, Nolan Ryan or even Verlander now, you watch that, and it might be 1-0. It's exciting to watch a 1-0 when you got those type of pitchers. Now it's most of these pitchers suck and can only go 5 innings. Sorry, Jimmy, you can only pitch 5 innings, 100 pitches tonight. I'd be so pissed if I was a pitcher. Well, I used to pitch a little, but I was more of a second baseman, shortstop. And if you told me I could only pitch 100 pitches, I'd tell you, go fuck yourself. It's 5 innings. You got to come out. Nah, I don't think so. Nah, I'm not coming out. Well, I've been on for 4 hours. I got Bobby and Luke, so I'm staying on a little bit. Yeah, I know you figure I would just been awarded for a winning bet for sitting through the shittiest of games. But isn't that true, Bobby? If you saw a Joe Burrow game, how the fuck would you watch soccer again? How could you go back to soccer after watching Burrow put up 45 points on Alabama, hitting Chase and Jefferson and Moss and Chocolate Eclair and that whole team? How could you possibly watch soccer after watching Joe Burrow? It would. I don't know how you could do it. I really don't. That's why I can't watch soccer. Even hockey's getting hard to watch. But then they took everything off the main networks. I used to watch like Hockey Night in Canada and listen for Don Cherry and everything. Now I don't even know what channel hockey's on. I don't think it's on like 2, 4, 7, or 9. Right, but I mean, so you're watching Joe Burrow put up 45 points against Alabama, and now you're going to watch soccer. Really? How? See, then that's what soccer needs. They don't have a Joe Burrow, right? And that's what baseball needs is a Mahomes and a Burrow. That's what they're missing. You're missing. You would watch LSU to see Joe Burrow. You're not. There's nobody like that in baseball that you want to see. That's the problem with baseball. Football, you have Joe Burrow. Basketball, pretty pathetic, and then hockey. I don't even know what channel it's on anymore. Well, that's why I bring up Joe Burrow, because how could you possibly watch that and then watch soccer, and after 10 minutes going, let's go back to the football. See, if you had college around the world, college football would be the number one sport. But because it's only in America and all these other countries are so poor, you can buy one ball and kick it around and anybody can play soccer. I mean, how hard is it to kick a ball? Throwing a dime to Chase and Jefferson is very difficult to do. Or even the LSU offense this past year was great. Yeah, well, the LSU-Alabama game. Till Alabama cheated. Well, golf's is terrible to watch now. I watched a lot when Jack Nicklaus and Seve and Greg Norman. It was very exciting. You watch the 86 Masters, Greg and John, you won't say that. That was very exciting with all those players and Jack Nicklaus winning. Now I don't know any of the guys. I could care less. I'm like, I used to turn it on for the Pebble Beach. It'd be in February, and, I used to watch it just to see it. And Bill Murray would be on and, doing his Caddyshack stuff. But now it's like, I don't. I'm watching YouTube and Netflix. College football has all types of fans, young girls, young guys, older women. Well, yeah, college is the best. Yeah, and that's exactly like when Carmen came here from Romania. She starts seeing hot young girls in the crowd, and she's like, "Oh, okay, girls can go to it." Who knows what in Europe if the girls go to the soccer games, but in football, yeah, the cheerleaders and everything else. So it's really exciting, the college football. But they're getting so fucking expensive. It's ridiculous. Lions, I will never go. You would have to pay for my ticket and parking to go to a Lion game. And I don't know how long I'd last because it's near MGM and I'd probably stop to go play poker. Greg and John, you're vampiring. You said Bobby, hi, brother. And now you're saying, Bonilla, what's up? Is there like two Greg and Johns? Is he vampiring us twice? Good night, boys. Have a good one. And let's keep the gold thing going. Yeah, don't worry about that. I'm on it. Well, have a good night, Luke. I think I'm going to go have a good night. 4 hours is that's my capacity mentally, although I did go swimming today. So, yeah, let's go medals. What's up, Grega? Now Bobby's going to vampire Grega. Oh, I'm glad you liked it, Bobby. I missed you. I haven't seen you in like 2 weeks. It's weird. You're like, are you okay? I mean, you could be lying in a hospital for 2 weeks. We wouldn't know. I've thought about that before. If I get sick, how does Jenna and Daria have any idea that I'm sick, right? So I got to come up with a way that I tell them, if you don't hear from me for like 3 or 4 days, I'm probably not here anymore. I probably met Joe Black and eating peanut butter. Anyway, I'm gone. Have a good day, everybody. $25 an ounce silver is off to the races now. I think we'll see the next stop's 35. Gold, we're hoping for 2,200. 2,200 goes to 23 to 25. So I think you're going to start seeing it because COMEX's hands are tied. They can't keep doing it. So anyway, time for dinner. Bobby, don't eat any more. If you do, have some popcorn or a fruit, an apple, and just drink tea or water or coffee or something. All right, Bobby's awesome too. All right, Craig and John. We're all awesome. All right. This is why I don't like comments. This is why you can't leave comments. Bye, Greg and John. Okay. I'll see you guys tomorrow, probably about 2-ish, something like that, after swim. All right. Ciao.